Buenos Aires.
Dare to believe, dare to dream, dare to know.
O da gidecek.
We are Istanbul, where ships ply sun-soaked waters and seagulls sing in chorus. Every street reveals new flavors and fresh vistas to explore. We dance with life, bask in laughter, and relish every passing moment. We carry love for all creatures within our hearts, and art and culture define our existence. We are Istanbul, where every corner reverberates with history's whispers. We combine the living past with countless stories yet to be told. Like the mighty Bosphorus embracing two continents, we open our hearts to two distinct worlds. One European, the other Asian, creating a rich and unrivaled cultural synthesis. Stories, values, history, culture constitute our very essence. Every moment we breathe, we are Istanbul, the cultural hub of the world. And now, you too have the glorious opportunity to be Istanbul. We are Istanbul.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will continue in Turkish.
Distinguished mayors, distinguished colleagues, distinguished representatives of megacities, distinguished guests, and distinguished press members. Welcome to the historical city Istanbul, as well as the Art Istanbul Fesane venue. Welcome. I am honored to host you in this recently renovated historical location. It is also very exciting for us to host Megacity Summit, which is being held for the first time ever in Istanbul today. As megacities, we come together in many different city diplomacy platforms. However, it is an important step to come together in this specific event designed specifically for megacities themselves. Megacities have different dynamics. They are bigger in scale and in population compared to other cities in their country. And just because of that reason, megacities are also places where the issues we face are most striking, and it is not easy to manage all those risks and challenges. But at the same time, megacities are places where we can come up with meaningful solutions and steps. As the city of Istanbul, when we are setting our future vision, and my colleagues will present as well, and as Istanbul, we took those issues as a challenge, from economy to ecology, from refugee crisis to food security and housing problems. Against all these problems, we face ourselves to meet with those challenges. But also, with the responses we do, we are also leading a new future. With its population of more than 16 million, Istanbul is unlike any other city in Turkey. With its risks and opportunities, city of Istanbul is more similar to cities like Bogota, Guangzhou, and Lahore. That is why we have to talk about these common issues and be in cooperation and solidarity for the solutions. We have to learn from each other. Distinguished participants, it is not only population that makes megacities different. It is also the more free, more creative, and more productive spaces that they have. These cities are unique in terms of being the economic centers of the world, as well as having a creative production capacity, unlike any other, both in quality and quantity. Megacities are the leading cities of the new global economy and social development. It is more than ever that megacities are related to the political and economical stability in the world. Another reason for that is megacities are living spaces where global issues are arising from as well as being felt intensely. Most of the lower income people of the world try to get by in megacities. Most of the carbon in the atmosphere is emitted in megacities. Megacities take most lives. Pandemics and natural disasters take most lives in megacities. That is why we have to start from megacities to find solutions to all these problems. In the beginning of the 1950s, there were only two megacities in the world, namely New York and Tokyo. Now that we have more than 40 megacities. It took almost 2,000 years for London to become a city, a metropolis with millions of people from a village of 50,000 people. But now everything is going much, much faster. At the end of this century, by that I mean the year 2100, Lagos is expected to host 88 million people. This means about 800% increase in about a century. As the city of Istanbul, we know really well what this sudden growth means and what kind of issues it can bring. 50 years ago, Istanbul only had 1.5 million people living in it. Today, we have more than 16 million people living in a city. This number doesn't include the Syrian refugees under temporary protection status. According to 2022 data, Istanbul makes up 20% of the labor force in Turkey, as well as making up for 50% in exports and 54.6% in imports. Megacities increasing in number and the amount of space that they take, an increase in all that changes the balances in the world as of today. While we try to take concrete steps against global warming and climate change, we have to take into consideration the scale of megacities. Unfortunately, in all of the global meetings that are being held, people take decisions with disregard to the scale of megacities, and megacities are expected to comply. And all of the megacities that we talk to during this process know and understand that this is a dire need. And we also acted together while organizing this summit, and we took a lot of opinions from various megacities. And this inclusive dialogue and cooperation environment that we set out here, it's going to be important and it has to continue. affordable housing, water and waste management, cleaning services, energy, transportation, and citywide mobility are some of the things that are higher up on our agendas as local governments. One of the most fundamental issues in the management of a megacity is the protection of natural resources and keeping a balance between protecting natural resources and handling the fundamental needs of the people living in the cities. That's why the main theme of summit, which is being held for the first time, is decided to be the sustainable finance for affordable megacity services. At this point, we are planning to talk about city services and applications, as well as coming up with some ideas against common financial challenges that we face. We are looking for some answers here today. How can we provide fair, accessible, and high-quality services to our people? And what kind of innovative financing mechanisms we can apply to make all that possible? Think of if all megacities share their good practices, and if all these good practices were to be widespread in all of these cities, wouldn't the quality of life of our citizens increase drastically? Wouldn't the world be a much different place? And that is exactly the reason why we organized this summit. I would like to thank Metropolis President and Mayor of Bogota, Ms. Claudia Lopez, and I also would like to thank Secretary General of Metropolis, Jordi Waguer. I would like to thank these two people from the bottom of my heart. Distinguished colleagues, we are not only going to talk about financing solutions in this summit, we are also going to talk about how we should manage megacities. The first step of answering that question is to understand the dynamics of megacities. Because we have to understand the unique processes of megacities, and that means to understand the issues of megacities. Unfortunately, there is still a lot of lack of information going on. We have to make the much needed research, and we also have to contribute to data and analysis production. For a concrete change, we have to understand the quantitative and qualitative aspects of megacities. One of the outputs of the summit could be some sort of effort in order to make that data and analysis production possible. Other goals of the summit include alternative solutions based on science and technology. We have to create the right atmosphere so that we can develop further the quality of our labor force, human resources, and new methods. We have to support creative initiatives and establish close relationship with them. Cities should not be places where hate is created and where hate is thrived. The cities should be turned into living spaces where peace and calm prevails. With that said, I would like to mention the great sadness and worry that I feel due to the increasing tensions and conflict between Israel and Palestine. We also have a mayor as well from the region. We talked with him yesterday extensively and talked about how extensive and complicated the Palestine issue is. Targeting civilians in this conflict saddens us deeply. Regardless of whatever side it may come from, attacks against civilians is unacceptable. And let's try to work together to end all that and find possible solutions. I really wish, and it is our responsibility as the whole world, to end the conflicts in this historical region of the world. And we as a nation are ready to take the biggest amount of responsibility we can to alleviate these issues. We have seen historically what can we achieve when we as humans unite. Today, as the fellow citizens as well as the leaders of megacities, we have to take some steps to ensure and build more livable cities. And this is the place where that dialogue starts. As the global attraction of megacities increase, these places will continue to receive migration and grow rapidly. Just like in any other major city, our cities have issues such as traffic, air pollution, and waste management. These are concrete issues that we face. But the rapid growth of megacities prevents coming up with sustainable financing solutions that will allow us to fix these issues. So qualified leadership with merit, using the right policies and making use of the opportunities that the technology brings to us, we can find solutions to these problems in a systemic, but more importantly, in a collaborative way. And I also would like to touch upon another subject that affects all of our fellow citizens in living in megacities, and that is alienation. People feel alienated to the cities that they're living in, as well as the fellow citizens that they're living with. Cities moving far away from sustainability is the reflection of the lack of solidarity and unconnectedness we see in our cities. The cities that can't refresh their societal connections can't provide a quality life to its citizens. People feel unworthy and alienated in the cities that they live in. And if they feel that way, how sustainable and livable can a city be? What is the role we have to play as local governments in creating and establishing this sense of belonging? And how can we strengthen that feeling? As the mayors of megacities, our job is not only to focus on water usage or waste management and other technical issues, but our job also involves creating this atmosphere and solidarity and peace among those people living in the city. And that is exactly what we call solidarity municipality. And a great example of that is exactly the building that we are in now. This public space was a factory where fez hats were produced during the Ottoman times. But in the recent history, this place has been mostly desolate, abandoned, and in a very bad condition. But now, we renovated this place and turned it into a multi-purpose cultural center, just like Basilica Cistern, Museum Gazhane, and Casa Boter. Inside, we have working spaces and a library. Every week, just right outside, there are some free of charge concerts going on for public. And we also provide a lot of courses and training programs for cities in areas such as music and painting. We also provide free of charge transportation so that our fellow citizens can reach this place. I also followed the volleyball championship, European Volleyball Championship in women's category. I watched the games with my wife Dilek and my kids here with my fellow citizens. And they achieved, the women's volleyball team, the Turkish team, achieved a great success, and they made us proud. And that night, during those games, we felt that sense of solidarity and togetherness with the citizens here in this venue. And this feeling of solidarity and togetherness makes up the foundation of the relationship between a mayor and his citizens. An increase in the scales of cities should not increase the distance between mayors and citizens. Quite the opposite. It should make mayors and citizens closer to each other. And that is how I try to manage my relationship with Istanbul and Istanbulites. You can find me anytime walking in the streets of city, watching sports competitions, walking in the marketplaces of the city, and you can always find me taking selfies with youth. Because everything is better when you share it with others. And good things multiply when you share it with others. And that is exactly the essence of solidarity in municipalities. It is all about enjoying life together. It's all about being happy and sad together. In my office, I have the painting of the founder of our republic, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. In that painting, Atatürk is pictured listening to a citizen, and you can see him focused and looking directly into the eyes of the citizen. And that painting is very near and dear to my heart because it always reminds me, every time I go to my office in Saraçhane, who elected me and why am I here and why am I doing this. It always reminds me that feeling. And this solidarity municipality concept is all about listening to citizens. And my first and utmost duty is to listen to the feedback and criticisms of the citizens. Distinguished citizens, we have to work together to make our cities livable, and we have to remind ourselves that these cities are our legacies. We have to take care of these legacies and give it to future generations in the best way possible. And I believe from the bottom of my heart that we can inspire each other. We will share the experiences and ideas that comes out as a result of this event with you. And I'm sure that we'll learn a lot from each other today. And I believe focusing on local is the best way we can really achieve UN Sustainable Development Goals. Change should start from local, and then it should come to a place where it can influence global policies. While coming to the end of my speech, I would like to thank all my colleagues who worked really hard in the organization of this event, as well as all the representatives of cities coming from all over the world, and especially the mayors. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart. Years from today, it will be more meaningful and it will be more clear what we start here today. I extend my utmost respect to you. Welcome once again. Okay, but that said, now I will give the floor to Claudia Lopez. I'm very happy that we organized this event together. My dear friend, Miss Claudia Lopez, I would like to give the floor to her. The floor is yours, Claudia.
Ekran, and to all your team for hosting us with such a warm welcome. To all the friends at the table and probably many mayors and cities and citizens that can see us through the means of technology that we can share what we were going to talk today. To the Metropolis organization, it's really a pleasure to organize with Turkey, with Istanbul, this first megacity summit to share challenges, opportunities, experiences, and also to reflect on what sort of the future this could be. I'm sure we feel all very proud of our cities, of the size, the diversity, the creativity, for sure the source of social, political, and economic mobility that it represents for our societies and our countries. And we have good reasons to be proud of. However, let me use this first meeting also to take a little bit aside that proudness and to have the opportunity to share some reflections on why we exist at such scale and whether megacities as such is probably one of the byproducts of the unsustainable development of the 20th century. And why probably in the best interest of the well-being of our citizens in megacities is to promote a more decentralized, a more livable, a more inclusive and sustainable size of agglomeration. Probably our most challenging task in this century is to find a better equilibrium between all the advantages of agglomeration, which is the very reason why cities exist. The advantage of sharing face-to-face, creation, knowledge, solidarity, empathy, productivity. The advantages of agglomeration are by far a great advantage of humanity. We could have been here without all the educational, technological, labor, scientific advantage that we have been able to create as humanity without the advantages of agglomeration. So that's a fact. But as Ekran was mentioning, without losing the touch of proximity, the most challenging thing in our time is not only waste management or transportation or traffic, it's not losing this sense of togetherness, of civic virtue, of being a citizen, of being part and co-responsible, of building something collective and publicly. Connection relates to proximity. And the largest the size, the loosen the connection. That's also a fact. And there is one common good and common service, which is as important as transportation, as waste management, as labor creation, which is to hold accountable democratic values representativeness, togetherness, accountability. That's probably the most important public service and common good of our cities. And to keep them in, and to keep them alive, is part of our challenge too. And that's the first reflection that I want to share with you. We should work together not only to make our cities more prosperous, but more sustainable, and probably unite forces as mega cities and cities, regardless of size, to promote a more decentralized, a more inclusive, a more green social and environmental contract in the 21st century, wherever we are, in any country we are. We were just claiming, together with Metropolis and UCLG a couple of weeks ago at the United Nations, we were claiming to the nation states, to the United Nations, that they should do the work they were created for, which is to keep the world at peace. So far, we've not been very successful, unfortunately. And of course, we share the prayers and the wishes of building peace, not only between Palestine and Israel, but everywhere in the world. No prosperity can be achieved in the midst of war, in the midst of destruction and hate and division and polarization. So it's in the best interest of cities of any size to build peace. But to build peace, we need to build inclusive, just, and sustainable societies. Yesterday, we were sharing about nature-based solutions. And I was mentioning I want to bring that reflection today, too. Most of the cities that are going to be built in this century are cities full of young people, women expecting to have a more inclusive role, a more autonomous role, a more leadership role in their societies everywhere. So if we want cities and municipalities, whether rural, whether more urban, we need to find youth, women, nature-based solutions. No nature-based solution is going to be found without a clear goal and a clear leadership. The younger generations of our cities and also the women. They are usually the most affected by exclusion, by racism, by poverty, by hunger, by war, by conflict. And that's precisely why they need to be especially taken care of. Providing our kids and our young generations the skills, not only the technological skills, of course, but the empathic, the caring, the public, the citizenship skills to build accountable, inclusive societies is crucially important, including women around the world. Yesterday I was speaking of the region that I came from, Latin America. It's a young continent full of diversity, of biodiversity, of cultural diversity, and a huge potential. But it's also a continent challenged by exclusion, by poverty, by inequality, by an obscene inequality, in which millions and millions and hundreds of millions of people see we have the resources, we have the technology to create prosperity, but such prosperity don't reach them. There is no way to sustain an accountable, inclusive society in that way. So building the education, the labor skills, the democratic, inclusive skills for the young generations is mandatory, not only to make our megacities sustainable, but to make any city and any nation state sustainable in this century. And the same goes for women. In Latin America, around half of the population in any city or in any country doesn't have a formal salary, a social security that can take care of a person in time of illness, of elderness, or maybe when you have a life with disabilities. But for sure, we are all kids at some point of our life. We're all going to be elder at some point in our lives. And we all need care. Who provides that care? If you don't have a proper social security institution to provide you a pension or a health insurance, who takes care of you? Whether it's in Istanbul or in Bogota or in any city in China, a woman most likely take care of you. But it means the pulverization of women take care of us. Because women on average work 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 hours more per day, not only on labor work, but also on care work, that is unpaid domestic care work. And it's not only that it is not being paid for, it's that it's an actual sacrifice of that woman. Sacrifice their own health, their education opportunities, their opportunities to be included in the labor force, to lead an entrepreneurial opportunity, to lead social or political service because of this domestic unpaid care work. It keeps women with a higher level of poverty and inclusion in almost any country around the world. And it looks normal. We take that for granted. There is no way to build sustainable cities or any size, even less mega cities, under such exclusion of women. So building services of care, not only of transportation, not only of waste management, not only of education, not only of health, but caring services directly appointing to recognizing, reducing, and redistributing unpaid care work from the burdens of women to the shoulders of all members of society equally is a crucial social service and an economic service and an urban or rural service in our time if we want to build sustainable cities. And any challenge, the only thing different in the mega cities is that the challenge is by far higher. It's by far higher. We decided, for example, in the case of Bogota, I have the honor to be the first, but for sure not the last, woman mayor to be popularly elected at the mayor's office of Bogota. It's a large city, it's 8 million people. As a region, we are 11 million people. 52% of the population are women. 1 out of 4 women are under poverty, precisely because unpaid domestic care work. Because the bridge, the gap that has not been bridged with the opportunities of education and labor and social and political inclusion. That's why we represent only 13% of the council members in the city council. or we are only 7% of mayors are women. It's not because we don't want to. It's not because we don't like to. We love to do, but we're spending 25 out of 24 hours a day working and caring for others without having the opportunities to raise our voice, to form our character, to potential our talents, to be included in social, political, or economic life, just as men are. And that's something that we need to be aware of and build in our cities to have more inclusive and sustainable cities. As I always said in Bogota, men of this world, you are welcome to learn to care. It's not that we women have that in the DNA somehow. We learn to care. You don't know how to take care of your kids or do co-responsibly the chores at home, or bring the elder member of your family to the health and doctor appointment, or to know the record at school of your kid. You can learn to do so. And teaching all members of society, particularly men, to be co-responsible of caring their family, of providing for their own community, is decisive to have a more inclusive and sustainable city in this century. So that's a second thought that I want to share with you. And the third one is, of course, to provide good and to provide prosperity requires money, requires investment, public and private, and social investment. We are claiming, for example, and we hope we're going to achieve that at some point soon, a reform of the multilateral investing banks, which is all driven and directed by nation states. We need to go to we as cities need to go to all sort of bureaucratic red tapes, checks from our nation states to get money and investment to provide the services that we need in our cities. So we're asking for the World Bank, for all the multilateral development banks, regional banks, national banks, or global banks, to be honest with us, to take us seriously as not only local, but global actors that can help. Yes, we provide the challenges, but we also have the solutions. And nobody in the political system, nobody has more accountability than a subnational elected official, than a mayor or a governor. We are on the streets, not on the offices. We are in the buses, in the parks, in the factories of our cities, face to face. They can tell us what their frustrations are, what the claims are, what their needs are. No public official is more accountable to a society than a local official. That's why we are pressed to move forward the solutions in transportation or education or inclusion or sports or culture. So we are asking the global actors of the United Nations to set up the fiscal, the legal, the technical conditions that cities have to meet in order to get to the funds for sustainable development, to provide our kids the scholarships for the education of the 21st century that they are hoping for, to build the public-private partnerships to create the digital green caring jobs of the 21st century that both women and young generations want to create and work on or develop on. Instead of the money being trapped in multilateral banks with all sorts of red tape, when we have the projects, the solutions going on But at the same time, that's calling for a sort of a fiscal, global public investment decentralization. And I think we're right, and we should push and push and push until we get that deal. But I just want to finish saying that it is also in our best interest to continue at home such decentralization too. Let me give you the example of my own country, Colombia. It was a heavily presidential, centralized country for 150 years. Out of 40 million people, we only have actually, until 4 years ago, 3 cities that deserve to be called cities. Bogota has been always the capital and the largest. Medellin and Cali, 3 cities. Why we grew large and large? Because of innovation? Yes, but because of war and conflict and poverty. So people have no better option to come to an slum in our city just because it's so harsh. Cities outside that condition are even harder. In the last 35 years, we were able to move a political reform, a fiscal decentralization and political decentralization reform. Just 35 years ago, we wouldn't have been elected as mayors. Mayors were appointed by the president. Just 35 years ago. Not 500 years ago, 35 years ago. And in the last 35 years, the best thing that happened to Bogota, which is the mega city of Colombia, was that now we not only have 2 big cities, great cities, not mega cities, but good cities. Now we don't have 2, we have at least 10 good cities. Good agglomerations of creation that can create and spare throughout the country more opportunities in a more balanced way, in a more sustainable way. And why it is sustainable? Because it's not only the agglomeration of people and talent, it's that they are, including us, able to have water, energy, and food closer to the city. Closing the divide between the rural and the urban. Those peasants, wherever they are, that provide our food, that take care of the rivers that our water came from, those peasants are as important citizens as the factory in the center of the city. We should remind ourselves that. Maybe we don't see them as frequently as we see the people in the center of the city. But wherever the farmer is located that is harvesting our food, that's the most important citizen of my city. Wherever the farmer or the indigenous or the ethnic community that is in the rural area protecting the forest and the water resources where the water of Bogota came from, those are my most important citizens. Even though I don't see them frequently, maybe in a bus in the center of the city. That's key to sustainability, and it requires a more equilibrium size than the one we had in the 20th century. So it's not only the global public investment fiscal decentralization that we're calling rightly for the nation states to give us, the big cities. It's also to continue downwards and home that political, social, and fiscal decentralization that allow us to have a more balanced proximity that creates solidarity, accountability, an agglomeration that creates productivity. Those are sort of the thoughts that I want to share with you at the initiation of our summit. Because as I mentioned before, we were rightly to have all the pride for our cities, for the talent, the innovation, the creation. But this scale is simply unsustainable. We are consuming more planet than the one we have. And we are a byproduct of that unsustainability. So for the people of our cities, regardless of how large they are, and for the future of our planet, it's important to have youth, woman, nature-based solutions all together. And to remember that if we want to care for the planet, we better care first for our people and for our accountable, responsible political organizations if we want to care for the planet. There is an order that matters here. We're not going to have nature-based solutions without having youth and woman-based solutions. We're not going to care for the planet if we don't care for the people first. So taking into consideration that order, I think, is quite important. Thank you so much, Ekrem, for having us here. Istanbul has probably been a megacity any time in history. So you know well what the challenges are and what we are speaking of. And let us hope that our willingness, humbleness, and accountability guide us in a more inclusive, productive, and sustainable world in the 21st century. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you very much, Claudia. An inspiring speech that makes us think, and a broad perspective into the world and its issues. It was a special speech. Thank you very much, Claudia Lopez, for this rather beautiful one. Now, I'd like to give the floor to my dear friend, Mayor of Florence, Dario Nardella. But before giving him the floor, I'd like to say that the last week I was in Florence upon his invitation, and with 12 mayors of European cities, we had beautiful meetings and consultations. He has deep experience in urban areas and in cities, and he basically has an experience in managing a network of cities as well. So once again, we're going to be benefiting from his ideas. Thank you very much, Dario. You have the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you. Estimated guests, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please allow me to start with my special thanks to my dear fellow colleague and friend, Mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, who invited me here today. Thank you, Ekrem, for remembering the victory of volley women Turkish teams. And it's a great opportunity for me because I can remember that there is an Italian contribution in this victory because the coach is an Italian guy, Daniele Santarelli. So sport is a wonderful place where we can work together and share the same values. In the past few years, Ekrem has been a strenuous ally in all the challenges we mayors face every day to give our cities and the local communities a voice. I'm honored by his friendship, and I have been lucky enough to exchange ideas and solutions with him in the networks both our cities joined, such as, for instance, Eurocities during my presidency, or the Pact of Free Cities, or the B14, the network of East Europe continent cities, Balkan 14. Thanks to your vision and openness, dear Ekrem. And I would like to start by actually quoting him. The only thing that doesn't change is change. Change is unelectable, and cities know this very well. In order to survive, through the centuries, cities and their communities have always embraced change. We say that nations or governments go, but cities stay. In history, in centuries, we are in Istanbul today, what better place to testify the change through centuries, the empires, the cultures and peoples who have inhabited and shaped this territory. Yet Istanbul is still here, just like Florence, Paris, Rome, Bogota, or any other city in the world. Dynamism is part of the very nature of cities and their communities. Dynamism and plural identity. Our genetic identity is plural and inclusive identity. We don't have in the world a city with only one language, only one religion, only one tradition. It's impossible. This is our power, because we are all universal example of plural identity and inclusive identity. And I'm here today not as mayor of a megacity, to be honest, because as you know, Florence metropolitan city is only 1 million people city, but in the past, we have been megacities. In the Middle Age, Florence was bigger than London and Paris. But I'm joking with my colleagues, and I used to say Florence is the smallest global city in the world. So megacity for its exposure, its notoriety, for the values it embodies and its heritage. When I took office 9 years ago, we were facing a very critical challenge. Florence ecosystem was and is very delicate, finding a balance between preserving its identity and heritage and complying with the necessity to open up to innovation was not just necessary, but crucial. This has also meant finding a balance between providing Florentine citizens a fair quality of life and services while being able to welcome visitors from all over the world, which is very important for a city with 1 million inhabitants and 20 million visitors each year. In the last 10 years, challenges for cities seem to have accelerated, from climate change to growing social inequality, from the COVID-19 pandemic to the energy crisis and the war in Ukraine, while world economy and stock markets witnessed an increasing volatility and financial models that increase the discrepancy between wealth and poverty. Moreover, every and each of these challenges finds its multiplier effect as we live in a globalized world. And I'm, as all of you, very sad and concerned for the situation in Israel and Palestine. And as Ekrem told us, I think we have to enforce our common efforts to keep peace in these countries and many other parts of the world, like in Ukraine. For this reason, if we want to think in terms of sustainability, as Mayor Bogota told us, we need to think it's a whole. Sustainability is environment. Sustainability is a horizontal concept. It's a culture. Sustainability is welfare strategy, social inclusion, is urban requalification, is a healthy economy. In this scenario, how can we make our cities fairer and more equal, dear colleagues? How can we provide all our citizens the same quality of services? Affordable and efficient public transport, affordable housing, childcare, elderly care, energy, water, waste management. How can we mayors be called to deal with these issues without having the right tools to manage them. Not only to manage, but also to make strategy for long terms. My priority mission as President of Eurocities between 2020 and 2022 and mayor has been to fight for mayors to have a seat at the table where decisions are made. The seat at the table where decisions are made. At regional level, at national level, at European level in my case, at global level. Speaking as mayor of a European city, I can easily say that the 70% of the decisions I'm called to make for my citizens has to do with European regulations. Therefore, how can we not be involved from the very top of the chain? Because in many continents, probably in all continents, we don't are at the top of the chain, we are at the end of a chain. So let's consider climate change and environmental protection as an example. Implementation of national and international regulations to meet SDGs is totally on cities, not the global goals from United Nations. So I think the first global to pursue is for us mayors to keep networking and never stop demanding a seat at the table where executive decisions are determined. We European mayors had a meeting with the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, last October. And we exactly asked to the President of the European Commission this achievement. We want to stay with national governments where we have to take strategic decisions for our communities. And to be honest, we achieved two important points with the President of the European Commission. One is the Ukraine facility plan. So European mayors are directly involved for the reconstruction of Ukrainian cities. Why? Because we already have a very strong relation with our mayors, colleagues, mayors of Ukrainian cities like Kiev, Lviv, Odessa, etc. And the European Commission understood that city-to-city collaboration is fundamental to guarantee an effective, transparent plan of Ukrainian cities reconstruction, starting from schools, from hospitals, civil buildings. And tomorrow I will be in Brussels as rapporteur, relator in the Committee of Regions and Cities in Brussels for the plan of Ukraine facility, starting from these 50 billion euros. And the rule of cities for the reconstruction of Ukraine is fundamental also to guarantee the transparency of procedure, which is one of the most critical points for the reconstruction of Ukrainian cities. But last week, as Ekrem remembered, we had an important meeting in Florence with the mayors of Paris and Budapest and Zagreb and other European cities. And Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, told us that in United Nations, the Secretary General Gutierrez launched this advisor group on local and regional governments. We had a dialogue about it with the representative of UCLG, which is another important achievement, because for the first time in United Nations governance, the global mayors will have a seat at the table. And no global goals are reachable today without a concrete and direct contribution from mayors. It's clear. The second topic that you touch these resources. Where does a single mayor find the financial resources to grant its citizens all the necessary services and equal access to them? In this case too, networking has been the key. Networking. As European cities, we have access to European structural funding, so our first task has been to equip the municipality with an office entirely dedicated to European funding and project financing. As Eurocities as well, one of our main goals has been to facilitate all member cities to access to European Union funding. The city of Florence has undergone a deep infrastructural transformation in the last 9 years, from public transport to alternative mobility to the smart city plan. All this has been possible also thanks to the ability to access European funds. Another aspect in terms of resources is the public-private partnership. In specific, we face two kinds of emergencies. The maintenance and the reconversion of old public buildings and access to affordable housing is one of the main goals we have in Europe and in many other continents. Private investments are needed, but they must be held accountable. I think this is an important point. An important tool to facilitate, but also to control private investments has been the setup of an office entirely dedicated to the investment program in our cities. If we want to keep the same strategic goals in the private-public cooperation, we must share the same principles, the same values, the same criteria. Thanks to the program about the private-public investment, all public buildings could be converted into social housing facilities, for example, integrated with cultural spaces for youngs and families. I remember the speech of Ekrem last week in Florence. And you underlined, Ekrem, the importance of public spaces, our public spaces as a social spaces, our public building and as a social buildings. Because we must build a new democratic model, more inclusive, more just. And the public spaces in our cities are fundamental to have more democratic, inclusive, and plural cities and communities. The problem that we have in Florence, for example, is part of the Smart City Plan, which also includes the Volume Zero Urban Plan. We have a structural plan based on urban regeneration with zero volumes, aimed to providing with the new functions the existing abandoned buildings. And this example about this factory is perfect to understand what I would say. Zero volumes means demolition and reconstruction in the situ, demolition, transferal, reconstruction in other sites, and a balance of volumes equal to zero, and increasing of green spaces to have more sustainable cities. In order to convey the new planning methods, implementation has been accompanied by a constant participation process that entitled the participations of citizens, corporate partners, trade unions, professional associations, stakeholders on websites, and the dedicated blogs. And this is another point, dear colleagues, how we can involve, have on board our citizens, which is very important. The energy coming from bottom-up process from our citizens is fundamental to achieve all kinds of goals. The energy emergency and the green emergency, environmental emergency is an example very, I think, useful. We must involve our citizens if we want to change the lifestyle model, the energy consuming model. If our citizens don't understand what we are doing to have a more sustainable world, all kinds of goals will be much more difficult to reach, to achieve. And last but not least, if we speak of equal access to services and a fairer city, we must not forget information and communication technologies. They are a strategic element for digital cultural growth in the city. Our cities are laboratories for digital transformation. But be careful about the risk of technological revolutions. Let's think to AI, artificial intelligence. How artificial intelligence is radically changing the minds of our citizens and our communities. In the digital revolution, there is a huge democratic challenge, and where we can innovate and experiment a model, sustainable model between human protagonism and the technological innovation. In the cities, we can have this kind of laboratories. So these are just examples of actions we carried out to shape a new vision of our cities, but the very core of the problem is that we mayors must not cease to stand up together for more equal, welcoming, climate-neutral, sustainable and open cities. Our proximity to everyday issues and to our citizens is the real asset we have to ensure a good governance, even at high levels. If we are aware of this potential, then we can all together keep working for a better future and for generations to come at a global level. As Ekrem told me in a very nice meeting several years ago here in Istanbul, we are not only administrators, local administrators. We are political leaders. And we must feel this responsibility. If we don't feel this responsibility as political leaders facing global challenges, crucial global challenges, we are not good representatives of our local communities. This is our destiny. It'll be tough, but we don't have any other way. Working together for a global democracy and global sustainable achievements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you Dario. Etkileyici konuşma için teşekkür.
Thank you for your impressive speech, Dario. Just as it is always, you, Dario, gave an incredible speech and talked about some of the challenges we face, and you provided a new perspective. He gave some important examples from some of the institutions he led, and also talked about various things that we can do and some steps we can take as cities and local governments. Now we have someone joining from Australia, Professor Jeffrey D. Sachs from Columbia University. He's the president of UNSDSN. Especially in terms of sustainable financing, which is one of the main subjects of this event, we are looking forward to hear him. We also have Rio Mayor Eduardo Palis and Mayor of Paris Hidalgo. With these two mayors, they start the commission on sustainable financing for local governments, which is exciting for all of us. The floor is yours, sir. Welcome.
So much, and greetings to all of you from Melbourne. I've just arrived here, so sorry to be a few minutes delayed in entering the conversation. Interestingly, when we were arriving in Melbourne, we were taken immediately to a UNESCO heritage site, which is a site of a grand exposition hall built for the exposition of 1880 and also used for a global exposition in 1888. And the exposition hall has a grand dome. And Mayor Nardella, the dome was designed in Melbourne based on the design of Brunelleschi's dome in the Duomo in Florence 600 years earlier. So we were enjoying Brunelleschi's dome just a few minutes ago. And it reminds me that mayors, you are the epitome of sustainability. Mayor Imamoglu, of course, is a mayor of one of the world's most iconic sustainable cities of 2,000 years of glory. And Mayor Nardella is, of course, mayor of the home to the Renaissance and of phenomenal achievements dating 700 years ago and onward, even before that. So you know all about sustainability, and we need the mayor's leadership in the world to help all of us understand what needs to be done. I don't need to belabor the point that the emergency is very high. We've just gotten more confirmation in the last 2 days that 2023 will be the hottest year on record and perhaps the hottest year in the last 125,000 years. It's a strange statement, but there's a good chance, in fact, that this is the hottest that it's been during the period of civilization, 10,000 years. And then before that, we had the Ice Age, only back to 125,000 years ago in the Eemian epoch did we have temperatures like today. And what we know is that there are dramatic changes still ahead. Even if we do everything that needs to be done, we will still have warming for decades. And the warming is probably enough already to have a rise of ocean levels, perhaps a multi-meter rise of ocean levels, because the last time Earth was this warm and had this much greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, the West Antarctic ice sheet wasn't there the way it is now. So we can anticipate massive trouble in the years ahead. Most of the world's great cities are built on waterways and on coastlines like Istanbul. Like my city, New York City, we're already experiencing terrible floods. New York had a massive flood again last week. By the way, we had blackouts of the air a month ago with massive forest fires from Canada that swept over the eastern states of the United States and closed the public schools for a week. It's dramatic. Now, what are we doing about it? Almost nothing the right thing, I'm sorry to say, at the national level. Our nations are at war. They are not solving national problems. The war next door to you, Mayor, in Ukraine has to stop. I want to commend Turkey for playing a major role in diplomacy. It almost brought an end to this horrendous war within a few weeks of the February invasion by Russia in 2022, because Turkey's diplomats are so skilled, and you know the region like nobody else. Within a few weeks in Ankara, there was almost a peace agreement, and the United States stopped it. Let's be truthful and clear. The United States wanted to defeat Russia rather than to find peace. And this is unpopular to say. They hate it when I say it in the United States, but it happens to be the truth, and it's endangering the whole world. we need to stop these wars. Now we have another war in Palestine and Israel because the injustices against the Palestinians, which were exacerbated by the most extremist right-wing government Israel has ever had, have boiled over. And so we need to take care of ourselves through honesty, not through power. Power is not going to solve the climate issue. War is not going to solve any one of our issues. The only way to solve our issues is basic justice and negotiation. And that's the first point. It doesn't cost anything. It actually saves trillions of dollars and hundreds of thousands or even millions of lives if we would just sit down and talk and negotiate rather than all of the war. So it's a very depressing day for me today because, frankly, we have two wars that are probably going to become interconnected even because it's similar parties and alliances and just terrible things. And what we're not doing is negotiating. Now, if I could return to our issue at hand, only peace is going to enable you, the mayors, to take on these challenges because war is going to drain our treasuries, our political capital, our attention span, our internal stability, and all of the rest. But let's assume that we go back to the negotiating table quickly in Ankara, end these wars, and move on to sustainable development. What does it mean? Well, I think most importantly, it means a very significant investment in infrastructure in a rather short period of time in the next 25 years. Public transport, water systems that are resilient to the increasing climate hazards. Many cities are beset by droughts, others by floods, others by rising sea levels, often a combination of all of these, depending on season and the ENSO cycle in the Pacific and so forth. We need from the cities, first of all, a clear mapping of the real risks, the risks of heat waves, forest fires, water scarcity, floods, extreme storms, and so on. By the way, I flew in from Hong Kong last night and just bypassed a typhoon. Another one, which was coming to Hong Kong just a few weeks after the previous one, the typhoon seasons and the category 12 in the Hong Kong scale, it's 5 in the Mediterranean, in the Caribbean basin, is also increasing. So every city needs to do a very, very thorough exercise in what these risks are, and not a static one, but one that looks forward for the next 50 years, working closely with your climatologists and your risk assessment experts. And I lead a panel for the Secretary General of the United Nations and a panel of engineers and also a network of 2,000 universities around the world. And we stand ready to help and support all of you mayors. You just have to call, and I would be absolutely keen on mobilizing the best technical support. You have great universities in each of your cities, and we have a worldwide network of support to support the universities. But the first point is a true risk assessment. And the second point is translating that into investment priorities, whether it is on the protection of the physical infrastructure, the dangers of the forest fires, the addressing the heat wave phenomena that can kill massively in a terrible heat wave, the resiliency of the power grid itself, and the related challenges. I believe that the basics of what cities are going to need to do is clear, although differentiated by city. But all cities have to go basically all electric in their transport modes, in their heating and cooling modes, of course, public transportation, digital, as Mayor Nardella said, is essential to support the infrastructure. Will all be driving or riding in public electric transport or in individual electric vehicles. So there's a massive transportation change ahead. And all of this requires significant financing. And we don't have the institutions within our countries or internationally to ensure the urban financing of the sustainable development transition. And that's for two: preponderance of tax power and government revenues lie at the national level, not at the urban level. Of course, urban centers can raise some kinds of taxes, typically some property taxes or sales taxes, but not necessarily commensurate at all with the climate challenges ahead. And at the international level, almost all of our international development finance institutions are national membership institutions, not city-based institutions. So the cities, which are home already to 60% of humanity and will be home to more than 70% of humanity by mid-century, probably about 75% or even higher in my estimation, do not have the reliable sources of official or access to private financing necessary for the large-scale investments that are needed. And it's complicated, of course, because cities almost inherently by themselves can't solve many of the problems without cooperation and coordination with their larger metropolitan areas or even beyond. So as you mentioned, Mayor Imamoglu, we've established a commission chaired by Mayor Hidalgo and Mayor Pace for looking within a short period of time by next summer at the financing innovations that are needed for the large scale, mainly infrastructure investments that cities need to take in the next 25 years to protect the cities from climate disasters and to invest in the energy transformation. And we have several working groups, and it's still an open invitation to every city that would like to participate. The goal is to have the results of this work, whether a new international urban finance bank, which is one proposal, or a massive scale up of the current multilateral development banks aimed at urban investments rather than at the national scale. We aim to have a set of specific policy proposals on the table presented to a summit that Mayor Hidalgo and President Macron will host in Paris in mid-July, just on the eve of the Olympics in Paris. And the idea is that these specific and I believe realistic, bold proposals should be adopted at the G20 summit that will be hosted in November 2024 by Brazil. So with Mayor Pace working closely with President Lula and coordinating our work of the Commission between now and the G20 summit in late fall, and with proposals clearly on the table by mid-July, we're hoping for action within a year. And just to mention, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, is strongly supporting this initiative. He's calling for an SDG stimulus to raise a massive new flow of funding for SDG and climate-related investments. I'm working closely with him on that initiative. President Lula and most of the G20 are supporting it. I have a hard time getting the attention of the US government because it's too much war and too much politics, but most of the rest of the G20 is on the case. And so let me just close here by saying that the practical investment agenda, what needs to be done, really needs to be led by the cities, because you need to tell us for each of your great cities, what are the risks, what are the investment needs, what are the costs, what are the best technological options. And then my hope is that this global commission is going to help you to deliver on this historic need and this historic opportunity. So I can be found at sachs@columbia.edu, and I would be absolutely delighted to hear from leaders in any city that wants to get more information. We'll connect you with the Mayor Hidalgo and Mayor Paez if you're not part of this process already. But we have a tight timeline because we have an urgency, and I'm intent on us getting some good results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sachs, for your thought-provoking speech. And bu konuşmayla
So with this speech from Mr. Sachs, we've completed the opening keynote speeches. Now we are going to give a short break. And after that, we are going to have Mr. Richard Xu. He will be the moderator of the next opening session. But both of our, especially Mr. Ambar Musa Kadime, the mayor of Baghdad, and Isa Raja Kassis, the mayor of Ramallah, will be speaking. We'll be hearing their opinions as well. So after this short break, when we come back, I'm giving the floor to Richard Xu. Unfortunately, I have to leave you for a short period of time, but I will come back later on to listen our mayor's speeches. Sorry for the inconvenience, so we have a now short break, and we'll come back with the moderator, Mr. Richard Xu.
go start and come back. Come back, okay. You are the boss.
se.
See ya.
Ask the guests to their seats. The panel will be starting. Can we please ask you to come?
The panel will be starting soon. Could we please ask all guests to return to your seats? Thank you very much.
Perfect.
My dear mayors and fellows, you're welcome to come back to the session.
Richard Chu, may I have you here at the moderator's seat? Thank you. Okay, so we are going to start with our opening session on the alternative futures of megacities. My name is Mustafa, advisor to the mayor of Istanbul. I just would like to introduce you Mr. Richard Chu. He was born in Shanghai, spent his teenage years in Paris, Luxembourg, and professionally trained in New York, Japan, China, Southeast Asia. So truly a global leader. So he's an interdisciplinary design researcher and practitioner, not only a dedicated educator. Richard is also a long-time international brand management expert. Since 2009, he has been adjunct professor at the School of Design and Innovation of Tongji University in Shanghai. He has lectured at Strelka University in Moscow and Yale University School of Design, Columbia University Graduate School of Architecture. You have his full bio in your files. Richard, please, the floor is yours to moderate the session.
Thank you, Mustafa. This is crossing from morning to the afternoon. Good day, everybody. Distinguished leadership of many megacities, and a very good morning to the active city contributors of our planet. It's a great honor for me to be here in Istanbul among all of you. This panel will be about 60 minutes long, touching on alternative futures of megacity. We have three extraordinary guest speakers. I will, in for a few minutes, frame my point of view and also the angle from my city, Shanghai. My city and country has been tirelessly empowering design, creativity, and innovation for the past 2 decades, at least. This has massively influenced higher education entities, commercial entities, development, government bodies, brand, and entrepreneurship. There's one thing we can say a little bit for Shanghai and for actually majority of China. From different interviews we speak to people, the word that keep on coming back from different generations is the word optimism. And it's the word that I hear more in the last 20 years than I've heard in many other places. So I think this is really a positive sign. And how do we instill this optimism in all the cities of the world, in our neighboring countries? There are new terms that I realize many other places I've not heard. I'd like to share some with you. Night economy, defining how do we revive a country by how many people we can bring out to celebrate evenings, to do things, to revive economy in the evening time. Cultural tourism economy, very powerful now in China. It's okay, thank you. KOL, Key Opinion Leaders Academy. How do we teach people to be KOL, Key Opinion Leaders? And most important in the last 20 years, public learning, lifelong learning programs and platforms. These have become common words of the people. So really we feel the open-mindedness and the entrepreneurial prototyping spirit of China. It is quite unimaginable. I've always believed the future balanced human is half technologist and half humanist. But this morning at breakfast with a few friends, I realized we also need to be a good percentage futurist. And I believe the same for a balanced city. For a very long time around university and around city development, we work on smart city. And very often we forget the idea of human city or emotional city. I believe in a lot of the leadership conversation, the word emotion or the different emotional words is missing. It was incredible to hear from the mayor of Bogota the word caring city. Wow. The reason why we talk about balance, it is a few thousand years important word in Chinese culture, how everything needs to be balanced. Whenever there's a conversation too much on one side, can we look at the other side of the coin? Our three speakers will share ideas, stories, and experiences, and they're perfectly balancing what we call humanist and technological city. There's my last line about technology and how we want to be relevant to this morning's topic is there's so much exponential technology around us in growth in a way that we cannot assess, that we must all be super, super inquisitive, ready to change, ready for system change. And may I please invite Mr. Charles Landry to be the first speaker.
Great. Well, it's lovely to see you. Andrea, can you put that picture on the screen, please, if possible?
Charles, if you'd give me two lines, I will introduce you.
Oh, my God. Oh, they can read it. Then we save time.
Okay. Good. Also for people who are online and not be able to read it, so may I? Mr. Landry is a prolific writer, and I think your many books have greatly influenced people's language vocabulary about cities. And mostly, the book that touched me the most was The Creative Imperative for Cities and Industries. Charles, the floor is yours.
Okay, my friends. Anyway, I love your generosity of spirit here, and the atmosphere feels good, so I can feel those vibes. Anyway, I think we can say that most interesting cities, or those that are alert, realize that you need to blend the physical, the natural, animals, as you said, all together and somehow give them home and a sense of belonging in a city. And what I think is interesting, as someone once said, a city is more than a place in space. It's a drama in time. And I think that's really true when we've just heard these stories that our mayors and others have been talking about. And this is, many will recognize, as Sao Paulo, from Oscar Niemeyer's building at the top, looking at a typical mega city, which of course is in motion all the time, dynamic motion. But then when we think about the future, what do we think about the future? Sometimes I'm a bit concerned, because it's easier to imagine the fall of the world, the decline of the world, than how to remake it. And one of our real challenges is flipping from decline into remaking, and I know you're all trying to do that. And what you can see, and I think we all feel, is this fragility, this sense of fragility and risk that is really making some things feel as if they're falling apart. And so many cities, of course, because of that fragility, have completely woken up. This is a graffiti from Athens, by the way. And that waking up has been really painful for many, many places. And I think we all know that we're in the midst of a systemic crisis where a business as usual approach will not get us to where we need to be, because we have an economic order and a way of life that is materially expansive, socially divisive, and environmentally hostile. Unfortunately, that is the case. And the earth is hurting. It's, you know, we've heard enough about the earth hurting and feeling pained and giving us the results of that pain. And even the oxygen, you know, you go to some place and you say, I better leave because I can't really breathe. So that, we know, is about the carbon footprint and all of that thing. And we also know the solution. We need to sort of deal with fossil fuels. And we know the alternatives are there, hydrogen, many, many things. So it's never really having the technologies, it's another thing that is really perhaps stopping the transitions we want. Now, when I was born, there were 2.8 billion people in the world, and now there are 8 billion. And we just need to then think through the implications on nature and all of that of dealing with these 8 billion people. And many people don't want to really look at that question. This is an artwork, sorry, don't worry. So one of the other things, which is a potential and a threat, which Dario already talked about, is the breakthrough of the digitizing world, which of course has made places feel closer to each other, and also at the same time means that we cannot really hide from data, big data, and this is not the topic to talk about, being controlled and surveyed all the time, but that is obviously one of the issues in the background. But it has allowed us to be here and there simultaneously, and the many advantages that that provides all of us as we negotiate and navigate the world. And now, of course, I hope someone will later on talk about AI and ChatGPT. One of the issues there, when you look at it from a public administration point of view, there are actually potentially incredible advantages of AI in general in simplifying processes and so on. But we'll leave the other sides, the difficulties of AI aside for the moment. But what I think we all know is to address those bigger issues, and it's been said, I'm saying nothing new, is that we need obviously global solutions, and many of you will have been to Berlin to the Global Solutions Summit that happens every year. But one way of saying it, though, nevertheless, is it is a bit like 1 minute towards midnight, unfortunately. Not always, let's say 7 minutes before midnight. So, what that means, to me at least, what triggers change and what creates a real transformative effect? I've been asking myself that recently rather obsessively. And one of the things I feel would be if we had collective empathy at every level, not only obviously with us, but also all the other beings that are around us. But that aside, this thing about change and systemic change, actually, most of the time, this systemic change is not happening at all. It's roughly the same. I know people are doing wonderful things, and I'm looking at you, and many of you are doing these wonderful things. And that, of course, is frustrating. Because when you speak to people, and you know that because you all do consultations of various sorts, there's a deep yearning. There's a yearning for another place, another world, another way of being, another way of coming together. And you could even say people are dreaming about this. All these pictures are from a friend, an artist friend of mine in my city. Every 2 weeks, a new word comes up. I sometimes tell him to put words like yearning there. Anyway, so these dreams, the problem there is what happens to these dreams that are expressed on a daily basis by millions and millions of people. And what I think happens is they come and hit a brick wall. Not this brick wall, this is a very nice brick wall, but they do hit a brick wall. And in that brick wall are some problems, because this is where the obstacles come in. They're very clear, we know them. Vested, deeply entrenched interests. Not much more to say there. Then bad ideas. We never just talk about bad ideas. A lot of the ideas, I've got a bad, and I've had a bad, but there are just a lot of bad ideas around. And then trust, the decline in trust. Unless we can work with the speed of trust, we are complicating things. Trust is such a simplifier, an effective mechanism and thing. But on the other side of speed, there's the speed of social media and all of that, that you can't even really have critical thinking that actually allows you to reflect and go deeply into whatever the issues are that we are all trying to address. And another is, I think, this endless forgetting. There are so many things that have been good, and we're so focused on the new, the new, the new, the new, that we forget some of the things about mutual aid and mutual assistance. I mean, all of you will know the sort of good things that we forget. And this endless forgetting and scrubbing out from the memory really means that we're losing resources that we have. These are resources that are in our mind, they're in lots of other places. And finally, I suppose, ultimately this adds up to perhaps a mindset, an addiction to behavior patterns, which are very difficult to unscramble, and I'm subject to these issues myself. But now what, you might say? And I'm really into unlearning. I love the idea of unlearning. And that, I think, is one of the biggest issues. And so what could we unlearn? I think the epochal challenge that we have of unlearning is actually unlearning the worst of capitalism. I just calculated before I'm looking up how many transactions have been happening today in the world, $20 trillion of transactions, of which 98% are completely unproductive and not doing anything. I wish these folks would be doing some valuable work. Anyway, that's just a longer conversation. But this notion of unlearning, I think, is actually really quite good. It's as joyful as learning. It's liberating in many ways. And so, therefore, we do need a plan B. And what could that plan B be like? And I think it's beyond the self. And for me, I'm sorry, Claudia, it picks up care beyond the self. Is just a beautiful thing. And I know I'm egotistical as well, by the way, but I do like beyond the self. And what I think we need to do is bend the market to bigger picture purposes. And all of that is, of course, about incentives, regulations, and so on. So what triggers change? Obviously, crises. Now, we had, obviously, the lockdown, but of course it was a luckdown. But when we heard the birds sing and all of that for a moment, we thought, but then people thought going back to the previous normal was like an exotic destination, unfortunately. So we didn't learn enough from the lockdown. Another is, of course, urgency. And I love that sentence. It's not even a sentence. Yesterday you said tomorrow. But that's today. So are we actually doing what we said yesterday that we were going to do tomorrow? Are we going to do it today? So then there's this question of fear and hope. Is what's happening paralyzing us? Is it motivating us, or is it uncertain? And what I think is beautiful about what's been said today is that you're all half glass full people. You're positive. I know you said some things, let's look at the problems, but you did start off with pride and proud and all of that. So there we are. But I think concepts and generative ideas are incredibly powerful. Urban development, certainly in Europe, is really now increasingly defined as placemaking. It's a completely different concept because it implies belonging, collaboration, breaking down silos. You can only make a place if you do that. You bring the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure people together. Care is a generative idea. Why is care, 4 letters, generative? Because more and more things escalate out of it. It's not just the fact that you're talking about these women. A, B, C, D, E, F, G happens after it. So it's generating. It has energy. So core ideas that have energy are really important. And of course, reframing. The classic is waste is not waste, it's a resource. But so taking all of these things that I'm outlining here together is the issue. And of course, it's about ethos. If a city says, I want to do this plan and doesn't have equity in it, the result will not be equity. The result will be whatever, a lot of high-rise buildings or something like that. So principles, and made explicit and transparent and continually mentioned, are really key. That's the sense I get from looking at good places. And then giving people agency. Agency gives people opportunity. And I saw this picture just in a hotel or somewhere, and suddenly the door opened. So I was able to see this notion that you should give younger people, obviously, that sense of opportunity and a future. And then, of course, there's ambition. I would tend to use the word ambition, and I've done a lot of work around that, rather than vision. Because ambition is about energy. It's about gut energy. And one of the things, it's the ambition to act, and we know all the things we need to do. And these places that are ambitious, they say, it is not okay to be okay. And that saying it's not okay to be okay does something. It motivates, it gets you to work, perhaps. But then we need a sketch, some sort of sketch, call it a story if you like. And that story needs to be one that makes you feel you're a maker, shaper, co-creator of that evolving story, and it's compelling you to act. And that's quite difficult to write because there's all this complexity about climate change and stuff. But that communication capacity of the story is really powerful. This is blocking. Oops. So then obviously the priorities arise from that. And that then leads to things like, you know, mission-driven innovation, the moonshot idea, all of that you know about. But the point is, how do they all fit together? Because when you do all of these things I'm just talking about, you then develop criteria that guides action. It means you're strategically principled, you know where you're going. It might only be 3 things, but you can be tactically flexible because you always know what the anchor point is that lets you guide through the process. So we know all the words: donut economy, circularity, proximity, localizing, human scale, all of these words. I won't say much more about them. But it's the real project. When you see the real project in action, there's one thing hearing about the care economy, another thing is actually seeing someone and touching a woman, well, perhaps not touching, but you know what I mean, just saying hello. That makes a difference. And there, it also can act as inspiration. And I'm just going to mention an example, we can talk about it later, of Freetown, the tree town. They planted 900,000 trees. They're doing 900,000 a year. Landslides have been killing people yearly. And what they've done is created something where the trees are maintained and everything is digital. But because they have it in a market, it's traded in the carbon market, which then pays for these people to plant the trees, which means they've got money and they've got work because they're planting trees and they're giving back to nature. So if you don't know the project, it's incredible. And then, because we've got Metropole here, Geordie, of course, I think the superblock is a nice thing. When you're there in the superblock, it feels different, something happening in there. And this is just one of the many examples. So what you've got is then therefore often an evolving mood. Superblock, 15-minute city, the Swedish 1-minute city, proximity. That is an evolving mood that spreads, you learn, and all of that. And that may become a movement, and it is a movement. But given this other problem, this other big problem I mentioned about capital, when the 1% perhaps own a bit too much, I'll leave that there for us all to just reflect on. So then I think the power of networks is key, and we've already seen it just being here, that is a really important thing. But then I think evidence and facts, because one's got to prove, otherwise nobody believes us, what the hell's going on. You did this, and it was true, or at least we think it was true. We saw some facts, we had some figures, we had some data. And then, what is the strategy of influence? I think the key word, it already happened, we heard it yesterday, is orchestration. Orchestration is actually the thing, and I spoke to Dario last night about music, and he said, that moment when you're in the orchestrator, it helped me so much of being a politician. It suddenly went click when all the elements fitted together, because I had to, with my violin, connect to this and that. And so often people find it difficult to see the totality and the complexity of a city. So this notion of orchestration, I think, is the key strategy of influence. And then a few more points. The transformative effect is obviously about the incentives and regulations regime. And if I can be momentarily egotistical, we, every year in Berlin, bring together creative politicians, bureaucrats, to tell us about what they're doing that is different as they're stretching boundaries and so on. So that's, and what the main point about creative bureaucracy is, not every bureaucrat is stupid. That's the point, that there is innovation in these systems. And then I believe communicating iconically is key. So for example, when Elafur Eliasson brought some of the ice from the shrinking, you know about this project, icebergs, etc. And when you touch it and you see the water dripping off, that viscerally tells you something. So what I'm saying is really, all of this is a big cultural project because it's about values, mindset, change, and so on. But that's not our operating system. We think of culture as that arty-farty stuff. But it's the other invisible hand that really so often guides things. And what I therefore think, finally, there's an egg there. And in that egg, I believe, are so many of the solutions. And that we do need another Renaissance. We had the Arab Renaissance, we had the European Renaissance. We want this Latin American, African, da-di-da-di-da-di-da, Asian, etc. Renaissance, because the elements are there to do the rethinking that I'm hopefully described. Thanks.
Well, Charles, you have really painted a picture that we're yearning for. We will leave some time at the end of the session to have a conversation. I think I'm really looking forward to listening to the next two speakers. I will make a short introduction of Nicholas Yeo. It will definitely, but he is far greater. We've just met in Istanbul a couple of days ago, and it's truly a brother that I recently found. Nicholas Yeo serves as a diplomat for a very long time. He's a career diplomat. But I believe he's a lifelong diplomat of cultures and nation. And most of all, an incredible polymath. So, Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And following Charles's brilliant narrative, I would just like to focus on one small aspect of his narrative, which is the project. And I've been asked today to talk about something which I think is the elephant in many rooms, which is AI, and how AI can actually help cities, and especially help cities look at more sustainable financing for their future. Just a few words. The case I'm going to present to you is from Guangzhou, the third biggest city in China, slightly above 20 million inhabitants. What I would like to, perhaps just as a matter of introduction, is to say that Chinese, especially Chinese, large Chinese cities, most probably have the competencies of a region in equivalent in most Western countries. So just to give you an example, Guangzhou is responsible for primary, secondary, and tertiary education, just like Shanghai is. It is responsible for entire policing and security and safety. It is also responsible for healthcare. So the story I'm about to share with you today is about healthcare. What happened, first of all, just to give you also an order of magnitude, the healthcare budget in Guangzhou is approximately $4 billion a year, plus or minus 15% of the total municipal budget. What happened during the COVID lockdown is that the medical practitioners discovered that pregnant women were at very high risk of contracting COVID after the third month of pregnancy. I'm not a doctor, but I can imagine that the metabolism of a woman is undergoing very rapid change around that time, and which makes sense that they are more vulnerable. So the city of Guangzhou, with its 11 hospitals, and especially child and mother hospitals, wanted to protect these pregnant women at all costs. And so previously what happened was that these women would come to the hospital almost every week for tests to see how their pregnancy was progressing. And this was obviously a no-no during the outbreak of COVID. So they provided each pregnant woman a small kit where she could do some very basic tests at home and share the results over the internet. And there was an AI engine that was looking at the results of those tests, trying to detect any anomalies. And because the system was geolocated, we knew where the woman was living, we knew where she was working, we knew more or less where she would be go shopping, etc., etc. If there was an anomaly in the system would inform the doctors where would be the safest, not the nearest, where would be the safest hospital for her to go for additional tests. The system worked for a year and a half. Approximately 200,000 pregnant women used the system, and not a single pregnant woman caught COVID. So the result was quite impressive, and this compelled the health services in Guangzhou to say, how can we make use of this infrastructure? And we have another problem in China. It's also shared with Japan and Korea, is something called neonatal jaundice. Now, this exists a little bit everywhere in the world. The baby is born, it suffers from temporary jaundice, and it usually disappears by itself after 3 or 4 days. But genetically, for some reason, East Asians, we have a much higher rate of neonatal jaundice, and we have the world's highest rate of neonatal jaundice becoming a serious case, a life-threatening case, where the treatment is excessively expensive. If neonatal jaundice is not detected in time, the treatment is blood transfusion. So they adapted the infrastructure now to deal with this neonatal jaundice. So each of these pregnant women, now mothers, no longer pregnant women, but mothers, could use the same infrastructure and diagnose their newborn child using basically the mobile phone and an app. And again, this was shared over the internet between all the 11 hospitals. Again, AI assisted, it allowed the system to detect any red flag issues and immediately help to guide the woman and the child to the nearest and safest healthcare facility. So again, this over a 1.5-year period, some 200,000 newborn babies, there's not a single serious case came into being. It basically paid for itself. Blood transfusion for newborn children is a very costly undertaking, very painful for both the parent and the child. It requires extended hospitalization, and all of this was avoided. So financing isn't always just mobilizing new funds, it's also how do we reduce the cost, and we can imagine that in an aging society like China, health costs will be growing exponentially over time. The story doesn't stop there. Now they've decided to extend the infrastructure, what the infrastructure allows us to do, until the child reaches the age of 18. So basically that same infrastructure will enable us to follow the health and well-being of the child until the age of 18. All of this is voluntary. It's parents that opt into the system. Now that's the factual story until now. The next part of the story is fiction. And it's something that I am pushing very hard with the health authorities in Guangzhou. What I'm trying to convince the health authorities in Guangzhou to do is, on an experimental basis, to create the digital twin of the newborn. We're almost there. We're 80% there. We have the DNA of the newborn, we have the DNA of the mother, we have the health records of the parents. But more importantly, because we have a very sophisticated smart city application, how to tie all of that into the social, economic, environmental context of the city. So the next step that I am proposing for the health system in Guangzhou is that we create the digital twin of the newborn for two reasons. One is that the digital twin I can accelerate the growth of the digital twin. I can make it grow 5 years every month, and hopefully detect during that growth period, during the 18-year period, whether this digital twin will encounter any serious illnesses. So let's say we take a case, and by age 7, all of a sudden, the digital twin has the signs of developing a serious illness. That means now I can use preventative measures. That becomes an early warning flag to tell the medical professionals to start monitoring this child very carefully as of the age of 6. Right? The other side of the coin is even more interesting. The digital twin is not eating McDonald's, is not drinking Coca-Cola, is living in a non-polluted atmosphere. If the real baby develops, the real child develops an illness that the digital twin doesn't develop, then there's a very high likelihood that that illness is socially determined and not medical. And now I can bring together all the other data that I have: housing condition, working condition, air quality, water quality, congestion, etc. So that we now have an alternative. The only alternative which a parent has today if the child gets ill is to seek medical help. But now we have an early warning system that can say, maybe you need also to look at the social conditions. Right? So the combination of these two things, using AI, pushing the envelope for healthcare and well-being, would end up, according to my estimation, the savings of over $2 billion a year. Because we would enter into a phase of preventative healthcare rather than curative healthcare. not wait for the illness to happen and then seek medical attention. Plus the fact that all the AI experts are telling me that with AI we will be able to do targeted medicine, targeted treatment, etc., etc. So here's one case where I think we can say that AI can bring a lot of advantages to one of the two areas that I think AI will have the biggest impact. The first area is the future of work. We can talk about that later. And the second one is health and welfare. So that's the project that I'm presenting to you. And as Richard said, perhaps one of the unique characteristics of what's happening in China is that we are full of optimism for the future. We embrace technology, we love technology. And so this is one example of where hopefully we will embrace AI to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Our third speaker, may I introduce you to Errol Oskuna. He has been working 30 years in technology, public, private sector as an entrepreneur, and today he's serving the Istanbul citizens in the digital transformation of the metropole city. Errol, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished mayors and guests, one more time I want to say welcome to Istanbul. We are very honored to host you in Istanbul. I hope your time in Istanbul will be perfect. One more time, welcome. There were two inspired presentations, so my job is very difficult. From universal to local, we are getting closer than some messages from local to universal at my presentation. We have a population more than 16 million, and the younger population is almost 6 million in Istanbul. And for Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality point of view, we have 90,000 employees, which is more crowded than some of the European cities. But these numbers are not far to Chinese colleagues, I think that they have bigger than these numbers. So in Istanbul, I want to give a little bit technology perspective actually, because, okay, we are talking to sustainability, we are talking to accessibility, inclusivity, but without technology, I think something will be lack of it. So this technology vision is very important to reach this target. And as our mayor's direction, all our technology in the city has to be based on citizen-oriented and mostly to ensure quality, safety, and continuity for the technological services. So I think everybody is very familiar to this slide. This is UN sustainability initiatives, but this is forcing all our municipalities resilience, people-oriented, creating an ecosystem and effective technology usage. What we are doing in Istanbul, of course, if the city is more crowded like that time to manage, to have, and to classify the citizen data or transactional data is very important for managing the city. Citywide data includes in Istanbul, as Mayor Lopez mentioned, inclusivity, but digital inclusivity. This is very important. Civic innovation, responsiveness, connections, these are very important. Of course, all of these will be the cause of collaboration and continuous communication. For technological point of view, when we check that, we talked also at the beginning of speech, smart city. I think this is very tired definition, technological definition, because everybody makes another definition for smart city. And I am feeling that as a technology person, everybody is putting something under carpet. And they are bundling it as a smart city technology. I'm a little bit feeling disturbances. But for municipal point of view, I'm defining the smart city technologies which is helping our citizens' life quality, which is increasing our citizens' life quality. These are the bunch of technologies which is defining smart city. So we can put inside of it open data, smart grids, blockchains, cyber security, cloud, connected technologies, healthcare, AI, chat GPT, generative AI, big data, IoT, blah, blah, blah. Lots of technologies we can put inside. Some of speech mentioned about creating and developing ecosystems for startups. Top 100 emerging ecosystems. This is the new list actually. For now, Istanbul is the 14th ranked, and Champions League in the world, UK, France, Germany. Finally, we entered Super League for Turkey point of view. This is not my classification, by the way. Startup ecosystem ranking, so I referred there. So, So we are working on with the startup companies and entrepreneurship ecosystem, not only with the entrepreneurs, but also academicians, students, and also some of the companies. So this is creating this ecosystem is very important with municipal perspective also, because, for example, in Istanbul, we have one huge organization and 32 subsidiary companies. So we are playing a huge game in Istanbul with technology. So if we cannot create our own ecosystem for technology point of view, we cannot create a sustainable ecosystem. So we need to make investment for our startup companies too. So as I mentioned at the beginning, everything starts with the data, to collect data, to classify data, to manage data is very important to give the right citizens to right services, right municipal services. This is very important. Because of that, I think all of the municipalities make an investment for the data platforms. One of the data sources of us is Istanbul is Yours. This is our super app. In 2019, when we started to work for municipality, I noticed that at my table, more than 500 web pages and more than 100 mobile applications. So I got a little bit crazy because how I will manage 600 technological environments. So it's not easy even for security point of view. So, and then we checked how many of them and how often our citizens are using this. Then we classify, then we start to put them one by one in our super app. Today, all Istanbulis can use one username, one password to all useful municipality and subsidiaries mobile applications and web applications. So this is bringing us this flexibility. And dear Mayor Dario mentioned that identity. We are talking digital identity also. This is very important. For social point of view, to define identity, very important. But for universal digital identity for reaching from each cities all over the world is very important. I'm using some ID in Istanbul, but even when I go to another city of Turkey, I need another verification. But I don't want this. When I come to Bogota, maybe Bogota should know me because of this cooperation. So I don't need to verificate myself one more time. So we need to create universal digital identity. We have city cards in Istanbul. City card first started to aim for transportation, but today we change its life a little bit. It is a kind of life card, not only transportation, but also shopping, but also some payment, and all the others, secure digital ID or transferring money, like debit card. It is going to like digital banking in our city card, because in Turkey, as I know that the biggest bank has 13 million subscribers, and their application is downloaded 15 million times. But in Istanbul, we have 22 unique Istanbul card owner. So it is very high. So we need to evaluate this. Of course, we are making an investment to our fintech projects. These are very important. As I mentioned last slide, our city card journey is going to be a transportation purposes to be a digital bank and life card of our citizens. Nicholas mentioned digital twin. I'm a little bit scared whenever he told this story. It is going to endless life. But how sustainable, I think Mrs. Lopez will answer this. I don't know. If no one should die, how it will be. I don't know really. But we are working on digital twin for Istanbul. This is very important, especially for managing disasters. As everybody knows that Istanbul is located on earthquake fault. So our scientists, geological scientist says that in 30 years, but most probably in 10 years, there will be one earthquake which can be bigger than 7.0 in Istanbul. So if we cannot create digital twin of our city, and if we cannot create which region of Istanbul is being affected after earthquake, we cannot manage this situation. It will be chaos. Now we are working on completely digitalize Istanbul. First aim, of course, this disaster management, but normally for all municipal activities for managing from here, consumption of natural gas, population density, urban facilities, all the municipal activities will be on the one screen. I think it should be mayor's dream, because not easy to reach for our mayor, 90,000 employees and 16 million people at once. But like that, it will be possible. We will try to manage transportation, water, energy, environment, and disaster also. Now we are working on image processing for digital twin. I will give a little bit brief information about it. Every day we are getting satellite image of Istanbul. And if earthquake happens, we are trying to get in 5 minutes what happened after 5 minutes in Istanbul for satellite image. And then we are trying to make image processing. So we are trying to define the region which is collapsed. Then we will send all our rescue teams to those regions. And directly we will give this information to our mayor for explaining to citizens. Because when the earthquake happens, if citizen doesn't know, especially first 30 minutes, you cannot manage the situation, and completely it has been chaos. We lived this in Turkey so many times before. Wi-Fi is one of the life issue, I think that we have university student dormitories. Our mayor is going to visit those students, and he's asking, what you want? They say that, oh, you gave us bed, you gave us building or flat, something like that. No water, no food. We want internet. We can live without water, we can live without food, but we cannot live without internet. It's like an air. So we are making huge investment to free Wi-Fi all over the city, by the way. We have more than 12,000 access points, and soon we will reach 6 million subscribers in the city. And top connected locations, this is Turkish, but all is university students' dormitories, actually, and libraries also. And top connected foreign country locations, when we check that, Germans are the first, France, Russia, Spain, and Algeria. It is going like that. This is our Internet of Things platform. Very complicated. I will not tell all of these lines, don't worry. But the world is going to connect it with not only citizens or people, but also device to device, device to citizen. So there are billions and billions connections. So for managing this connection well, you need to make an investment for IoT platforms for managing well and real time. And of course, for the cities, unavoidable solution is video management systems, video analytics, especially with COVID, who is using mask, who is not using, how many persons in the train or buses for counting these, or there are lots of cases, use cases, so we are using AI and video analytic studies in our city too. And transportation is one of the main challenge of Istanbul. We are working on this with AI and analytics too. Every day, early in the morning, we are sending a report to our transportation department today in Istanbul, when and what will be the traffic density. If there is more than 5 or 10% anomaly, directly we are creating an alarm and sending to our transportation department. There is something unexpected, so they need to check that place. Dear Mayor, you mentioned about solidarity also. We have a project, Paid Forward. Paid Forward is a solidarity platform of Istanbul. When COVID started, after a month, one night we were making a meeting with our mayor, and there were two general managers on the table. One is water, the other is gas management company's general manager. So they said that unpaid bills, utility bills, started to increase from 3 to 20. So what we will do? And it will increase because no one was expecting that COVID lockdown will be more than a day, or a week, or a month. But it stayed almost 2 years. So we were thinking what to do. Then, simple technological idea actually. Let's anonymous all the unpaid bills who really needs to be supported. First, citizens will apply to us. We will make social inquiry, and then some of them will be confirmed. Some of them, of course, not. So confirmed ones, utility bills, we will gather in the databases, and then we will make them anonymous. We will put there as a utility bill A, utility bill B, something like that. And when the donator comes to the web page, they will directly take the bill, they will pay. No one knows each other.
Yes. Social. Yeah.
So thank you very much. It was really impressive project for the difficult times or stressful times. As Charles mentioned, when the change come in, what is triggering? This difficulty is triggering everybody. So when you start to leave some difficulties for finding a way for solution, that time you are starting to think another way. Okay, this way is closed. So I need to find another way. Simple, actually. We were talking to Bloomberg major cities representatives. They were asking to us, how long did it take to make it launch? I said 3 days. But I was scared when I said, because we wouldn't get the award that time, because it's very easy. Not easy, actually. Simple and flexible. So this is our solidarity platform. One day, this is my dream, one day I hope we will close this solidarity platform. No one needs this. I will pass here. I will tell at the finished speech. Everybody cares for when the technology is growing up. Everybody cares. Oh, we will lose our job because robots will come and take our job instead of us. No, it is not been like that. Yes, RPA is one of them, robotic process automation. Now we are using this in our human resources department. Really, 35 instead of 35 employees, one robot is making all of this without any mistake, without any delay. We are using this, but now we are working on AI-based RPA. This is one level up. And yes, I'm going. I think one of the major tasks of this organization should be blockchain, how to integrate that digital identity between the cities. So how we can use blockchain technologies for that. But a little bit I want to talk about generative AI. Everybody given some name to some technologies, disruptive technologies. Actually, we talk a little bit AI, but I think generative AI one step forward of it. So needs to be deep dive about this subject a little bit more than the others, because this is a game changer technology and it's already started to enter our social life. But soon, I think it will be in municipal services too. Let's assume like that. We have call center. We have some agents, call center agents. They know Arabic, they know English, they know Russian. But a month later, we don't need none of them. Only this generative AI engine will be enough for us. This is only short definition. I think almost I am finishing. This is our digital twins part, 3D Istanbul application. We are working on it. Not only view, but also real photos. This will be the base on our digital twin, actually. We are working on this. Thank you very much.
Errol, thank you very much. And Charles, Nicholas, we have a little bit of time, maybe for only 3 questions. And maybe we just leave 1 or 2 questions to the public. I'll go very quickly. It was meant for 3 of you together. Now I will maybe bring these questions and any one of you can answer. How important is city storytelling and branding in your mind?
Very important.
Okay, next question.
I can say, no, I mean, the issue is how can you build things on another and whether you can create associational richness. So you say the word, sorry, Claudia, you just happen to be in front of my eyes, but if you say the word Bogota, that immediately a set of associations happen. And that, I think, is the really powerful thing. And that, ideally, is rich, rather than just saying, Bogota is expanding, or Bogota, you know, something that has got some layers to it. And this is where I do think the words we use and the language we use, I'd like to make the distinction between iconic communication and narrative communication. Iconic communication is you say something and you immediately get it, but then retrospectively you can describe it, but you get it at once. Narrative communication is you have to have a long explanation, and a lot of what we do is like that, and then we can't focus anymore. So really what we need to be moving towards is really more poetry, actually. I mean, poetry at its best. I mean, so yeah, associational richness, to be able to have layers that are immediately associated with a name.
And also very much fit in the identity of the city.
Completely.
And not necessarily using a marketing agency to do it, but truly coming from the people, from the true identity, essence of the place.
Yeah, I mean, also there's that basic question, are you pushing, you're pulling your populations and others outside towards you? And that's quite important. And I mean, we've got the classic things. Don't overpromise, because if you're bullshitting, people will sorry, I shouldn't use these words. If you're bullshitting, you know, people recognize that immediately.
Dario.
Yeah, there's only a few words about what Charles told us, and also the last speech from Errol. If we want to make something very iconic in communication, as you told us, we must use culture. Indeed, your example was about an important contemporary artist, Olafur, with the ice blocks in the square. So we see this, we must launch this big alliance with the artists, because artists are iconic communicators on many critical challenges like environment and immigration, so social challenges. So it could be very interesting, reflecting about the collaboration between cities and artists. And second reflection about our identity. Obviously, we have a material and immaterial identities. Very, very nice, the expression about the city versus, so metaverse and city verse. But the question is what we must do to remain protagonists in the digital transformation. So people not followers, but pioneers in the digital transformation of our cities. Because I would like to give you a provocation. If we have artificial intelligence, we don't need mayors or city council. Let's give it to artificial intelligence to manage everything. It's a provocation, obviously, but this is a very important aspect about our development. So how to keep material values, human values, in the technological transformation in our cities.
Thank you, Dario. Nicholas, I'm going to ask you this. It's very dear to me, and I really I believe it's crucial for leadership, for civil servants, is the concept of lifelong learning, LLL. How do we advance ourselves at any given age, way beyond sound bites, but about action, impactful action and knowledge?
I think it's critical, absolutely critical. As Mayor Florence had said, if one thing that never changes, it's change, right? And so the city is constantly changing, the community is constantly changing, society is constantly changing. And if we are not engaged in continuous learning, then I think the change will overcome us, right? So I think there's only one way we can stay one step ahead, and that is to continuously exchange knowledge, exchange expertise, exchange experience, real life experience. And I think Emilia will recognize what we're trying to do within the city associations is to accelerate the learning on a city-to-city basis. But that also has to happen at the community level, it has to happen at the city level, it has to happen at all levels. But we have discovered that in putting cities face-to-face with each other in peer learning situations, that we can accelerate that learning very quickly. And hopefully that will enable us also to accelerate the implementation of the global agendas.
Thank you, Nicholas. Can we open to the public, to everybody? Any comments? Good. Maybe I try to wrap this up a little bit. Iro, you really provoked a little bit tear in us, not in us, in me. You know, we're talking about emotion, but what your idea of pay it forward is really exemplary. You know, I just mentioned to Dario the Italian 100-year-old concept of Neapolitan days, cafe espresso. You buy one coffee, if you have a little bit more money, you buy one more coffee for the next person who will need it.
Perfect.
And this is what we call human emotional city, right? You know, this is a beautiful panel to really be part of, and there are a few words I kind of want to kind of summarize a little bit. I feel this is an amazing platform for co-learning workshops, you know, and how we can really look at this platform to go for the continuum. One of the saddest things of a great conference is we go home and we don't continue too much. And I'm sure with Mustafa's leadership and work, hard work, and all the people in Istanbul, we'll find way on mega cities to really continue this dialogue and learn together. The continuation of today, a sharing platform, so for people who are not even here, for them to get a whiff of what we have spoken and what we have shared and learned today. It's about, like we said, action, impactful action, and generative results. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Richard. We will, please remain seated. We will move straight into the next session, moderated by Emilia Saiz, the Secretary General of UCLG. Would you like to remain there or just, yeah?
I'm happy to be here.
Okay.
Here.
All right. The floor is yours, Emilia.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. What an accelerating morning has it been, right? Wow. It has been incredible. Very, very interesting inputs, very interesting discourse. It's very nice to see that we agree on the assessment. We all seem to agree on what is wrong with the world, right? And as you were saying, Charles, it's always much easier to assess what is wrong than to do the right, or to reconstruct, or to provoke the Renaissance, right? And I guess that this platform, what we have been trying to do in the networks like United Cities and local governments, our sections like Metropolis, but many other networks of cities around the world and many partners, is to provoke that renaissance. Okay, what do we need to discuss? What do we need to discuss now? And one of the things that I would like to bring to this table is that we need to manage, as urban community, as local and regional governments ecosystem, we need to bring to the world the notion that the change of cities is actually the change of humanity. It has always been. The evolution that takes place in cities is the evolution that we need to see in humanity. And we are at that tipping point right now where the role of humans in humanity is changing. Some of you were saying it because, well, many of our roles are going to be taken over by artificial intelligence. That is going to happen. There is no question about it. And robotics are going to also take part of our productive work. This is going to happen in the global north and the global south, and we're going to be equally affected by that. So what we are facing is rethinking that role of humanity. What do humans do in humanity in the future? Then we need to look at things from a different perspective, from a production society of consumption and production to a creative society, creativity and care. This is the magical word that, and I would dare say, the iconic communication that cities like Bogota are trying to put through. Our role is changing, and so the role of human is no longer producing things, but actually taking care of each other. You know, there is this quote, I don't know if it is true or not, of this famous anthropologist, a woman, and as very often we forget the names of those women. But this famous anthropologist was asked, what was the first sign of civilization? Was a student asking this, and the story goes that they were expecting her to say, well, it's agriculture, or it's, you know, and she said, it's a cured femur. It's a femur that was broken and that was made whole again, because it demonstrates that someone stood by this person, taking care of this person for that bone to heal. So if care is already at the origin of civilizations, it needs to be also in the future. And it needs to be in the future of cities. I'm very happy that we're having this mega city summit, because it is certainly the scale that we need to be having discussions about. But I have to confess to you that I have only heard the mega city perspective in the scale. I haven't heard it in anything else. And maybe that's the right way to go about it, because maybe there is no difference between the megacity approach and the system of cities in general. Because it is, in fact, in the responsibility of the megacities that are cause and solution for many of our challenges, because that's where most of us live and invent and create and love and share. Maybe that is the big responsibility. That transformation needs to happen here. And one of the big transformations, and that is the challenges of the conversation that we're going to have during this session, is how do we overcome the building blocks of our civilization? And one of the great building blocks of our civilization, apart from love and creativity, and being together and inventing together, is inequality. We have always accepted inequality. And that is the game changer here. How do we break that inequality? We are convinced, a group of us, I would like to say most of the local and regional governments that are active in our international movement is convinced that inequality needs to be addressed by this new culture of care. And it is not caring for those that need it most or that are put in vulnerable positions, but by reshaping local service provision around care. And that means identifying new rights and new rules and new services. And it will also entail changing our concept of development, not only based on growth, but based on other things. And it will force us to identify new essentials. What are the new essentials that we need to provide? We will need to open up, you were talking about digital identity in this very interesting presentation from Istanbul. Beyond digital identity, dear friends, we also need to talk about global citizenship. Identity is not only digital. I mean, if you want to comply with human rights, we will need to start opening a different type of discussions, a new generation of rights, so a new generation of services, and a new notion of what it entails to be human in a global community. So that is the broader discussion that we want to open up with the United Nations. And I'm very happy with the United Nations and with the international system, the multilateral system, including the G20 and others. I'm very happy that today we have talked about the advisory group of the Secretary General. It was indeed a high. I have to confess, I've been working at this kind of job with the municipal movement for 20 years. And Friday was a big high for me that we had managed to do that. And then on Saturday I woke up, I looked at the news, and then everything fell apart again. But let us hold to the good things and think, how can we use that good instrument to actually also influence what is happening at the global level? And this is the kind of questions that I am sure we will be hearing around the day, and particularly in this session. What is the different things that we are bringing at the table from the local and regional perspective? I loved the notion of de-technocratizing this discussion, because it is one of the very big roles of local and regional government leaders, and I don't think AI can do that in the same way, is actually safeguarding dreams and safeguarding democracy, and making sure that trust is there at the table to actually implement some of what Nicholas was describing. I don't think there are a lot of citizens in the free world right now that trust their government with their data in the way that they trust private sector. I mean, I give to Amazon everything they ask me, simply to get my package at home at any moment. But I don't trust government to use my data in a way. I don't know how they would be using my health data for the future in this conversation. So it is about trust, it is about a different type of governance, and it's a redefinition of services. How do we make sure that those new services are getting to everyone, that they are equitable and taking care of all that need that? And I am very pleased to have Claudia Lopez, always an inspiration, the mayor of Bogota, the president of Metropolis. But it's beyond inspiration. She has actually walked the talk, and she has set up in Bogota a very important instrument for care that goes beyond one single service or one single group. It will transform the way that the city is being governed and the type of services that can be provided. So I'm very pleased to give her the floor first to share that story about care and beyond. Thank you very much, Mayor, for being with us.
Well, thank you so much for such a kind introduction. So let me just start with one sort of statement. I think diversity is human. Disparity is an economic creation, but inequality is a political decision. It's not an economic byproduct. Economics and markets create disparities because we have different talents, ideas, results. That's good enough. But inequality, the fact that some human beings or citizens are deprived from just the ability to develop their talent for themselves, for their families, for their communities, that's a political creation. Inequality is not an economic result. It's a political creation. And it means, and that's a word that I was sort of thinking when I think about the city verse or the health verse, which is we can do as much as we want to with technology. We have always been able to do that. But who's going to be held accountable for that? As I said at the beginning, accountability is something that is crucially important in any social organization. And the fact that governments at the local level are driving always creation and innovation and being a driving force, and we want to be in the table, as our dear friend from Florence told us this morning, is because we are the closest servant to hold accountable. No? And sort of building a caring system for women is not only technological creation, it's not a market creation, it's a political decision. And it's a political decision to fight with a structural inequality in our cities. In Bogota, in Latin America, but I'm sure in Asia too, in Africa too, and many different countries. So I'm going to mention a story, and this is the first picture. So when I'm talking about women who do unpaid care work, and let me just start with this figure, 75% of the care work, unpaid care work, globally, is done by women. So this is a universal global factor, regardless of culture. So let's say Yolanda, who's the mother in the picture. He's the head of their family. She has a young kid who has a level of disability, of mental disability. It's not so strong. And she has a daughter too. She's more than 50 years old. She didn't finish school. She's been having a set of informal jobs throughout her life. All those jobs aren't able to make a multi-formal salary. She looks older than she is. She has some health problems because of the effort that she has to make to care for themselves and for the family. And she lives in a popular neighborhood, built by themselves, probably. Probably it started by taking some plots, not public lands, public or private, and they save brick by brick to build their home, to improve it. Their entire savings are in the home behind, which probably took her 20 years to change from different sort of materials until finally she was able to build a safer home for their family with strong, better materials. And I can assure you the neighborhood she's living in the south of Bogota, was informal, meaning not recognized by the urban planning officer of the city for decades. And finally, because they organize with different women and families and social organizations, they were able to force the city to acknowledge them and to recognize them and to legalize the neighborhood, meaning to provide the water and electricity, basic routes, transportation, so on and so forth. And that was a social and political fight. It didn't happen just because of, empathy. But because finally, somehow they got voice and social representation and social mobility and political and a political voice too, and were able to transform that. What I'm mentioning all these, because if inequality is a political decision, it's a political creation, then overcoming inequality is a political creation too. Regardless of transition of technology, or creation, or innovation, or globalization of markets. So because different families such as Yolanda and their daughters, which are self-made, low to middle income families, finally somehow they decided that a woman can be elected in Bogota. I'm the daughter of a teacher, of a public teacher. I'm the oldest of a 6 siblings family. I grew up in similar neighbors, such as Yolanda did. In fact, this picture is taken in Ciudad Bolívar, one of the localities in the south of Bogota, in which I grew up with my family. It just happened to have chance. Let me tell you what it means inequality in a country such as Colombia. It's not technological metaverse or stuff. No, inequality means that 70% of my chances of life doesn't depend on my decisions. That's inequality. It depends on the level of education of my mother, which I didn't choose, neither my mother nor the level of education. It depends on the region that I was born on. There is a very different fate for children who are born in Bogota than in Chocó, or in the Amazon region, or in the Caribbean. And I didn't choose where I was born. And it depends on the ethnic origins of their family. Those 3 factors explain 70% of the chances in life of any Colombian. That's inequality. Right? And this is structural. It has historical legacies, it has colonial legacies. And for women, it has cultural legacies. If a cultural legacies, you know, we have been organized in humanity in tribes, in monarchies. We have emperors or governors or presidents, and regardless of the historical cultural time, there has been a gender division of labor. That first sign of civilization? It was a woman for sure. It was a woman for sure. And that has been forever. And yes, it provides women with different overburden, but also with different qualities and experiences. These empathic, solidarity, care services around the world have been provided or are being led by women. So I have to tell you, we have been electing good mayors of Bogota for 35 years. And with just one exception, I can tell you for sure that we have great mayors. You know, some of them were professionals, managers, some of them were teachers, in universities, some of them were actually the director of the most well-known public university of Colombia, Antanas Moco. Some of them were urban planners. Some of them were finance-driven professionals. And they built fantastic, impressive, inclusive social infrastructure, particularly in the education. The transformation of the public education system in Bogota in the last 35 years has been amazing, amazing. We got from running schools to really universal schools. Connected, well done, they are architectural jewels. They have computers, broadband, you know, food security, more importantly, right? Connection with their families, the transformation of the social infrastructure in Bogota, particularly for the education sector, has been impressive in the last 35 years. without popularly electing mayors. We didn't get that in 100 years. We were able to do and achieve in the building of social infrastructure for education and for culture and for recreation in 30 years what we didn't build it in 100, precisely because of accountability of the people that we elect and because of fiscal reform. So fiscal reform and political reform went hand in hand in Colombia. But almost all that social infrastructure, libraries, cultural centers, sports centers, schools, were devoted to kids. Were devoted to kids and to youngs to support their formation, to support their education, to support their opportunities. This is how the woman doing unpaid care work looked like in Bogota. But I'm sure if you do the picture in Istanbul, will be similar. And probably in Baghdad will be similar. And probably in Lahore will be similar. They are on average having more chronic illness, that woman not having such an overburden of work. They have low education, so that they have low income and informal income, and they barely have time for themselves. You have in the picture one of the community centers, beautiful community centers of Bogota. Yeah. They have pools, sports recreation centers, theaters, rooms to teach arts in extra school time, right? But where the mothers of those kids and youngs were in that cultural center for 30 years or 20? Where the mothers were? In the benches, waiting for the kids to finish the pool class or the art class or to get out of school, right? And the benches. So this beautiful social infrastructure didn't have services for the women themselves. We never ever thought before, how can we use this very nice social infrastructure not to get along the unpaid care work that women are doing, but actually to try to reduce and relieve women from that role? That's the simple question that my team was asked to solve. We do have bricks, we do have centers like this. How can we use what we already have? Because let me tell you, innovation came from urgency and crisis. You know, I have 4 years, and there is no re-election. I owe my election to youth and to women. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been elected mayor. They are in the midst of the most severe, multiple structural crisis ever in a year. All the things that I came to improve worsen by far, by decades in a year. All the things that I came to improve, everything. So employment was 9%. A year after I was mayor was 25% because of the pandemic. Poverty, extreme poverty was 4%. After a year was 13%. And all these overly affected youth and women, they were the first to lose the job and the last one to find a new one. So the purpose of the care system in Bogota is to use what we already have, because I don't have time to build. And it's not a matter of infrastructure. We have a lot of infrastructure. Probably we will need more. For sure we will need more. But we need to use what we already have to recognize that these overburden on behalf of women are not normal. To redistribute them, because somebody, all these people, elder people, kids, people with disabilities, yes, for sure, they need care, but we need to redistribute that work. so that we can reduce it from women and to do it otherwise. So it's a system directed to caregivers, also for men. It's just that 1 out of 10 caregivers is a man and 9 out of 10 is a woman. So it doesn't exclude gender, any gender. Whoever needs, whoever is a caregiver under overburden, we will serve them. Which the key factor is to use the network of infrastructures to provide 3 services at the same time. That's what the caring system in Bogota is. It operates to care blocks, to care buses, and to care home assistant. There are 3 modes of operation. But these are the 3 keywords, simultaneously. Simultaneously what? Simultaneously we take care of those that the women were taking care of in the same place. Flexibility, because we used to open these community centers or schools or parks or libraries or cultural centers from 8 to 5. But probably women can finish their studies at night or maybe in Saturdays or maybe on Sundays. So it has to be flexible, not only in the schedule but in services. So there are 3 different services: to take care of those they were caring for, to provide free time for women, and to offer the services that they have sacrificed to have in that free time for themselves. Mainly resting. These are women that never ever have a Sunday free. They're always in charge of taking care of someone else. Education, training, job location, or entrepreneurial creation. Basically, those are the services that we offer to the women at the same time that we take care of the kids or peoples or family members or whatever. And the third is proximity. It needs to be close to their homes. In a city, the metro system and stuff goes from the place where you live to the place where you work, from the place where you live to the place that you study. But the way caregivers move around are quite differently. It's a multipolar mode of moving around the city. Maybe you bring your kid to school, then you buy some groceries, then you go to the doctor, then you come back home and finish some chores. Then it's time to come back for picking up the kid at school. Then it's time to come back maybe to see what the food is going to be at night. There are many different rounds around. So you need, the proximate the services, the better for the caregiver to be relieved. So simultaneously, flexibility and proximity. And the third service is cultural transformation. As I was mentioning this morning, it's not that we have in the DNA of woman caring. You know, we learn to do this. So if other members in their families don't know how to do it, we can teach them. We can teach them to care, to read with their kids, to do the chores, to bring their person to the doctor, whatever. We can offer, we were mentioning this with Craig this morning, we should recognize that this is a huge cultural transformation. It's sort of defining what is to be a woman and what is to be a man. And what is to be a member in the family, a co-responsible member in your society. So probably people is afraid of change, you know, and anxiety came in, and questioning came in. So acknowledging that this transformation is cultural, and that cultural transformation may generate anxiety and fear, of at least uncomfortability, and offering a space to talk about, to deal with it, to have support, both for women and for men, both for them. Explaining a woman in a block care that not being 24 hours sacrificing themselves doesn't mean that it's a bad woman. It doesn't mean that. And that this transformation is not about blaming anybody. It's simply about changing roles and learning different roles and positions. So this is sort of the ideal care block. If we were to build it from the scratch, then it will be proximate, it will have health services, cultural services, education services for all the members of the family in different schedules. But we need to use what we have. So this is one of the neighborhoods that we have, for example. We connect different, this is a transportation station, it's a cable station. It used to have a civil service, you know, places in which people came to see their to pay taxes, to pay the utility services. We add on this very administrative building, we add care services for women, we add care services for men, we add care services for all the members of the family, just to demonstrate that we can reuse, reimagine, redesign, not architecturally, but functionally, any public infrastructure that we may have in the city. And these are the kind of services that we offer, from psychological support to juridical support, from labor training, finishing school. Out of the 400,000 women that we have been able to serve so far, you know, almost 10,000 of them, after being under 50 years old, they were able to finish school. And as long as they finish school, they want to do some training in addition. The most popular course in the care blocks are digital connection. It's the most popular course. And in the same pools in which usually they bring their kids but not themselves, now they are the caregivers taking resting and yoga and pulling classes for themselves, learning how to move by bike. You know, 75% of public transportation users are women in Bogota, but 70% of bike users are men, just because we were not trained from the school to do it. In the cares of blocks, we learned sustainability in a different way. Having gardens for food, basic food production, for example, is crucial. Teaching the guys how to cook. That's the school of care for men in a care block. That's part of the thing. And as I was mentioning before, we just simply use, we have now 20 care blocks in Bogota serving 400,000 caregivers, and we haven't built a new infrastructure so far. But going to, for example, rural areas in which we don't have such infrastructure, so we bring through buses the caring services. And finally, we have care home assistants too, because there are many caregivers that are in charge of people, for example, with extreme, difficult, delicate disabilities. They won't be able to move. So we need to go their homes to take care of them, so that in home she can finish school, for example, which is, for example, what Marina is doing there. And the cultural transformation, I was mentioning this. This is the third service, and this is so important. Everyone in this world, particularly men, can learn to care for themselves, to care for their families, to care for their communities, to have these roles. And this is part of the third services that we're doing it. When I launched this service of the school men to care, the journalists in my hometown said, oh, that's a fantastic idea. And the calm line for men to call to ask for psychological support in this cultural transformation, every journalist said, it's a fantastic idea, nobody's gonna call. Whose man is gonna call to say, I'm suffering from machismo, I wanna change? Nobody's gonna call. Well, in a year and a half, 22,000 men have called, have asked for help. You know, and around 10,000 have come to the School for Men to Care. These are the 20 care blocks. And finally, to say we were able and lucky enough to have the opportunity to launch the new master urban zoning plan for Bogota for the next 15 years. So we were able to introduce the concept of care within the urban master plan of the city. As much as mobility is there, as much as productivity has been always been there in the master urban plan. So for every woman in Bogota to have a care block, for every family or caregiver to have a care block at 30 minutes around their home, proximate, we need to build at least 45 care blocks in Bogota. In 4 years, we were able to launch 20 out of the 45. So the other 25 has to be built in the next 15 years. And hopefully we will be able to have a more caring and a more sustainable and a more accountable and co-responsible society in Bogota. That's the caring system of Bogota.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. I trust and I believe that this legacy will carry on no matter who comes next, because I think it has proven to work. And it has all these ingredients that we have been hearing throughout the morning, putting culture at the center, the cultural transformation itself, which I think goes beyond men, but also the orchestration that I was hearing this morning. And the difficulty with orchestration and flexibility is that we are a world of solists. You know, we all, I mean, we like orchestras, but we want to be the principal solist of the orchestra all the time. And so that is the kind of change that we need to promote, that one day the kids, our kids, will dream of being a carer. Right now, the success story is not caring, it's something else. And I think with our public services approach and this kind of transformation that we are pretending, we will go to a generation that will understand care as the dream, as the way to fulfill the purpose. Allow me now to go to another very interesting experience in a very different part of the world, but facing similar challenges. I would like to go to Dhaka, dear Tawfiq. Dhaka is a space that we know very well in the international networks of local and regional governments, in particular because of your efforts around climate change and human mobility that is triggered by climate change and the efforts that you are making to answer the needs of those that are moving into Dhaka. So how are you trying to adapt services? What is the Dhaka story? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me begin with a very brief perspective of Dhaka or Dhaka North. So the capital of Bangladesh is Dhaka, of course, which is about 30 million people, and Dhaka North is half of it, about 150 million people, about 49,000 square people lives per square kilometer, and the city has locality that real estate price is as high as Manhattan, and you drive 1 kilometer, you find a informal housing where 10 people live in a 10 by 10 feet room. So that's the complexity of Dhaka. And, you know, as Emilia was saying, it is a climate challenge city. Every day we are, receiving about 2,000 migrant people. Most of them are climate refugees. So providing the necessary service to the citizens is a challenge. And as a citizen of the city, we keep on challenging, we keep on thinking that how the citizens can be heard, how my voice or my complaints, my challenges, my issues can be heard by the city. So, when my mayor, Atikul Islam, he took the office in about 4 years ago, so we thought and said, okay, since, and Dhaka is also, interestingly, is a heavily smartphone dependent city. There's an estimation like about 70% of the population of Dhaka has a Facebook account. So it is like that. It's a heavily mobile driven city. Even somebody who is living in the 10 by 10 room would end up having a smartphone. In fact, the citizen of the country is about 180 million. Number of mobile phone users is also 180 million. So probably many has more than 2 numbers or something like that. So what we did, we introduced an app that is we call Shobar Dhaka app. Shobar Dhaka means Dhaka for everyone, Dhaka for all. It's inclusivity. Yes, I mean, it is there. As a citizen, I mean, for whom it's difficult to go to the city office or to know where the city office is, how would he or she let the city know that there is a problem in his locality, be it of a road, or be it of a light, be it of a waste collection, be it of water logging, be it of something else. So what we did, so we introduced an app, very simple mobile app that addresses, these. I'll not, for the sake of time, I'll not go into detail, but I'll jump into this. So people can complain about a broken road or a mosquito outbreak, or a garbage being not collected, or a street light not, working, or, the public toilet being very filthy or non-functional, drainage being clogged. There's illegal encroachment that is very common in a city like ours. There's water logging. We see that every rainy season. So, and for him or for the citizen is very easy. Go to the app, take a picture. It is geotagged. Lat long is already collected by the mobile phone, and it is being uploaded to the city. And then the city sees that, so I'll go, yes. So this is how it works. So the city receives the complaint, and this is the hierarchy that it should go through. So if the problem is not solved in 7 days, it goes to the mayor. So the mayor intervenes right away. And it has been a mixed journey so far. I mean, it's about 2 years we are doing it. It's been a mixed journey so far, and it's organic. There is no promotion as such, inorganic promotion of the city for the people to use it, because we wanted the city to digest as well. I mean, I just give you an example. Out for these 150 million people, the city has about only 4,000 employees to serve. So if we also have a fear that if the barrage of complaints start coming through, the city probably doesn't have the capacity to serve as well. So it's a calculated risk that we are taking, but gradually we are increasing the reach of the app. I'll skip. These are dashboards. The city officials can see where the heat maps are and everything. So it's very user friendly. And somebody complains, sees, gets solved. It has got Apple, it has Android, and both iOS and Android versions. And it has got some recognitions. Internationally, we just became runner-up in Seoul Smart City Prize this year. UN e-governance report has a mention of it, which was a surprise to us, but somehow they learned about us. I was there in UN, and then they showed us the report. It is well captured. They're appreciating it. We are giving our backs a tap, but still, I think we are a long way to go. So this is a summary about the issues. I mean, about 200,000 issues was lodged. About 80% were solved, and we're still trying to improve on that. These are some of the case studies. The picture on the left hand is the issue. The picture on the right hand is the solution. It's garbage not being collected. This is one. Another one is water logging. Left water log, right cleared. light and no light, illegal, oh, this is like someone is cutting trees illegally, it was intervened by the city, mosquitoes, drains being filled with waste garbage. These are all real life stories. So again, garbage, lights, broken roads, potholes. So yeah, and now we are actually going into more, bringing AI to predict the issues, mosquito, and every drains, every roads has a life, so that the system will know this is the life that to expect and getting things done. Then also, citizens need to dig up the roads for whatever development. They can start doing these applications online. All the community centers, city services are coming online. People can book, use, pay them. The mayor is encouraging rooftop gardens. He's saying there's a policy that if someone has a rooftop garden, there will be a rebate on the holding property tax. That can be lodged through this application. And many things are coming. I mean, vaccination will be covered under this app. Other resources as well. Traffic, we are starting traffic monitoring using AI-based cameras. That will be reflected in this app for the citizens to understand which road to take, which road not to take, construction approvals. So, yeah, I mean, we are going there. We are going there, I mean, trying to solve city problems in a smartphone way. Thank you.
Well, colleagues from Dhaka are always very humble. I mean, I think what these applications are showing also, and I think it was a political decision, like you were saying, Mayor. Addressing inequalities is a political decision. Deciding what type of services you provide is a political decision. But there are many political decisions that you need to accompany by regaining trust. And I think that the applications that were chosen here were just the start of, okay, tell us what is not working. And if we show you that we can make it work because we interact with you, then we will be able to provide other things through this channel. And I think this is an important lesson from what you have presented. So you have started with the complaints and the accountability process of how to support citizens, but now you are going into the more proactive part of adapting policy making and providing additional services. And I think that is something that is interesting and also links with the inputs from Istanbul before about how do you become the protagonists of the digital story and not simply a very powerful buyer of applications. So cities do not only buy applications, they need to actually design the applications as well. So I'm curious, could you very briefly share with us, how were these applications developed? What was the process? Did you work with private sector? Was it something that you led?
It is a challenge. In Bangladesh, somehow, the government system doesn't recognize the intellectual value of a software. So, I mean, for us, I mean, the idea came in our the core mayor's team discussion, and then we started discussing with several, I mean, developing app developers. As I said, I mean, we started, I think it was a 2-year journey from us, from the inception of this idea and then the app being actually launched. And it was a private developer because in the city there was, I mean, the manpower was not there, the technology manpower was not there. But again, the challenge remained still as of today, that how the city pays for the intellectual part. It is, the city is paying, the coding people has a man-hour basis payment that the city is paying, but there is no mechanism. We're still struggling how to pay these intellectual people who has actually given the thought process of designing something like this. But that still is missing. But it is not easy. It is not easy. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I think this is also a very important part of the conversation. How do we change the conversation with the private sector and the whole open source discussion that we will need to have to actually ensure that we could implement this at a scale and not only within the megacities, obviously, but with the system of cities in general. But in any case, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And I would like to go now to Istanbul, to the Deputy Secretary General, Pelin Al-Kokin. I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. Sorry for that. But I'm very happy that you are with us. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm responsible for environmental issues and railway investments in Istanbul, but my colleague will talk about environment later on, but I'm going to just very briefly introduce our rail investments in Istanbul. Well, this is a mega cities summit, and mega cities generate mega projects. That's why I'm going to really want to talk about a mega project. Maybe we can call it ultra mega project. The name is Hızray. It is in Turkish, but in English it means speed rail. So I'm going to talk about this ultra mega project. But before moving on to this ultra mega project, I want to very briefly introduce to you our ongoing mega projects. Because if you review the literature, any investment that is over $500 million in a developing city at urban scale is named as mega project. In 2019, when our mayor handed over this job, he found that there were 10 ongoing under construction projects, of which most of them were suspended because of the lack of finance. Financial sustainability is far more important. So, therefore, we have managed to complete 3 of them. So we have still ongoing 7 urban rail investments. Some of them are partially completed and partially operated. But if you consider that building an underground metro system, the unit cost per kilometer, including the rolling stock, is right now approaching $60 million. So every underground subway system itself proves that it is a mega project. Right now, in 2019, we had 10, now we have 7, and we are planning an ultra mega project in Istanbul. That will be the context of my presentation today. I hope I have some nice slides and videos. I hope you will enjoy. Okay, this is the rail system. Istanbul is 16 million registered, but with daytime and unregistered population, it goes up to 18 and 20 million. So in 2019, the urban rail system that is operated by local government, IMM, and by the Ministry of Transport, that is the central government, was 233 kilometers, which is well below the standards, the international standards. So at this point forward, so we have accelerated all the ongoing and suspended underground and street tram projects. That was the instruction by our mayor. But in order to continue with this construction projects, we first had to go and find the finance of maybe 400 million euro, 500 million euro for each of them, which is really a challenging work. And I'm going to tell you the figure that we have managed to find up to now, and we are going to find in a year. So what is the current rail system in Istanbul right now? From 233, we have managed right now to 338 kilometers. That's a very important number. And by March, that is the end of this period, this political period, by March 2024, we will be able to reach 358 kilometers, from 233 to 358, and each kilometer you require 60 million euro. You can consider the amount of budget allocated by the local government and the central government. And it's a huge budget. And out of this increase, 65 kilometers is fully financed and constructed by the local government, okay? Which means per year we manage to open 13-kilometer metro system in Istanbul. I think that's a world record for a local government, okay? So even with these numbers, we will still be below the international standards, or we will still be below the model split we have to achieve for public transport, especially the rail system share in Istanbul. So, from June 2019 up to now, we managed to find 1.5 billion euros from different multilateral development banks, bilateral development banks, including EBRD, Deutsche Bank, AFD, AIB, a number of, we have a long list on that. And we are now working on to add additional 1 billion euro to this budget. All will be allocated to all the urban rail system, of which most of them are rail systems. So, by the end of this year, we will have 2.5 billion euros. And Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality investment budget, almost half of it is allocated for developing urban rail systems in Istanbul, increasing, designing, constructing, and renewing or increasing rolling stock fleet. So this is a very big number, and you can feel that the balance sheet and financing capability or receiving loan capability is very high. Istanbul, it's like a central government and ministerial budget, something like that, very close to that. Okay. But you don't have to build this is a small project we have completed last year, but I just want to show you that because you don't need to invest huge hundreds of millions of euro in order to prove mega projects. Istanbul has a very hilly terrain, so most of our metro's last stations are up the hill, and in order to reach the water, you will have to walk a very slope area. So what we did is, you see this M on this slide. M is the end station, metro station. So we managed 800-meter cable car, underground cable car. And that is connected with the new ferry lines. So you don't have to build tunnels, bridges, very expensive. Just you add 800 meters of cable underground tunnel and add with the water system, inland ferry system, then you have the Bosphorus crossing. This is mainly used by the students because up the hill we have the university, and the other side of the water we have the dormitories. And I'm sure with this system, the students will have a lot of time to study or to enjoy their life. Of course, we're building really big metro lines. This is a view from one of the recent metro lines we have opened at the beginning of this year. This metro line itself, it's budgeted 600 million euro. And it's not just building huge stations, but we are also designing the station area. On the left-hand side upper, it's still under, this area is still being designed. We have opened the metro station because our first motivation is to carry the people from one point to the other point. And with this metro station, which is 14 kilometers, average highway transport was taking 1.5 hours, and with this, it's taking now 22 minutes. So huge time gains. But it's not just metro. On the left upper side, you see the first station of this metro line, and we are now designing all the station area. It is more than 100,000 meters square, and it's going to be a public transport hub. There will be a lot of social and public facilities. So by the end of this year, we will manage to have a wonderful area, public area, just up the station. It's connected to ferry lines. It's connected to other rapid transit systems. So this will be the most important transportation hub of the Asian side of the city. And this is a tram line that just runs in front of this historical building. We opened it partially in 2021 and very recently, the last section this year. So it is 11 kilometers running by the Golden Horn. It is a wonderful tram line. If you haven't tried it, I strongly suggest that you try this because this is the best way to enjoy the fantastic view of the Golden Horn with a lot of historical buildings nearby. It is carrying, even if it's just open, it is carrying right now 75,000 passengers on a daily basis. So this is really going to be, I believe, a symbol of Istanbul, and it will attract a lot of international tourists because it's one of the best tram lines with wonderful landscape. And I just want to show you that some recent pictures of the metro lines we will be opening by the end of March 2024. We will have 18 more kilometers to open. And so you see the big excavation. So all over Istanbul, we have similar excavation because right now, 80 kilometer under construction of metro lines, 80 kilometer. So this is again a huge number of underground metro works ongoing. Some recent pictures from our okay, but this is our ultra mega project, as we call it, Hızray or Speed Rail. It proves to be an ultra mega project with its estimated budget of 5 billion euro. The green line indicates the speed rail Hızray, and it runs from one end to the other end of Istanbul and crossing the Bosphorus. It is a mega project with its budget, but it proves to be a mega project for some other urban planning issues. Okay, it is totally 75 kilometer project underground, running from east to west, all underground stations. Now we'll show you some important, give you some important parameters of the project. It's 75 kilometer underground railway systems with 13 stations, crossing the Bosphorus section with 130 meter depth of the sea level, and distance between the stations stands to be 6 kilometers approximately. Station depth is 48 kilometers, so it's going to be a huge excavation within Istanbul area. But because it's Hızray speed rail, it's not a conventional metro system. The metro system, the conventional metro system in Istanbul, the average speed stands at 38 km per hour. But this has the design speed of 140 km per hour, which means at average, the simulations have revealed that at average, it is going to be the operational speed will be 90 km per hour. Why speed is important? We have to attract the captive car users to public transportation system in Istanbul, because we still have very strong, very captive car users in Istanbul. So speed will be the only parameter to attract these people to public transportation. There will be huge travel time saving, because from the airport area on the Asian side, Sabiha Gökçen, to the far European side, Beylikdüzü, now in the peak hours, with your car, it will take 2.5 hours. But with this system, it will be less than an hour, 55 minutes. So will be huge time gains. And it's going to be a 10 train set with 2.5 minutes of headways. So it's a massive transportation. It's going to be high capacity. And our Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan has revealed that this system will transport 1.5 million passengers on a daily basis. So this is also very important. So from these perspectives, this is really an ultra mega project in Istanbul. Some more important. For me, yes, this is a high technology, carry a lot of people, but for me, the most important characteristics of this system is the one on the second line, because Istanbul, nature green area lays on the northern part of Istanbul, but the urban sprawl towards north. So in order to protect the urban sprawl or control the urban sprawl against north, we need to provide a huge accessibility through the urbanized area. So this system runs on the most urbanized corridor of Istanbul, therefore will have a very important impact to control urban sprawl against north. So this is very, very important. And it will be connecting the 3 airports in Istanbul. We have 3 airports. So with this system, from one airport to the other 2 airports, the people will be managed to travel by public transportation, by urban rail system. And more than this, this will be an underground hitting at every station, we have 13 stations, at every station, we will be providing an underground transfer to already existing or under construction rail systems. So this system, by first level or second level transfer, will be accessing to the whole rail network in Istanbul. So this will dramatically increase the accessibility of urban rail systems in Istanbul. And normally what we say is we have 3 levels in urban transportation: slow modes, intermediate modes like buses, and then massive transit. Third level is the metro lines. So this concept is adding the 4th level, because conventional metro lines will be feeding this system. So we add the 4th level of public transportation in Istanbul. Increased capacity, increased time, increased level of service in Istanbul. But unfortunately, we are in an earthquake zone, and this system will provide a very important logistics and emergency corridor, all underground system, because we won't be able to use the bridges, I believe, in the case of an earthquake. So this is also very, very important. And during the construction, we consider it will take 6 to 8 years. It will create a lot of regional economic impact with regional multiplier, and employment growth, and etc. So we trust this is a very important project. So this is an illustration of the system, how we will cross the Bosphorus. We will basically use, I don't know whether you have any background in civil engineering, but TBM boring machine, with one of the largest diameter of TBM boring machine that will cross under the Bosphorus. This is really high technology, but we have done that before. So from technological point of view, we can do it again. So across the Bosphorus, it will be 1.5 kilometer. And then on the ground level, it will be 2 tube systems. And so, so when I introduce this project, people ask me at which stage we are. I mean, I can tell you that we have completed the design. So we have the building information modeling, we have all geotechnical investigation, we have everything in place. So we have very detailed conceptual design. We have passenger demand forecast. We have the feasibility in place. All we need to do is go through the central government approval stages. So we are ready to initiate a tender for a design and build type of tendering, and I've been personally talking to a lot of multilateral and bilateral development banks, and they show very much interest in this project. And this is going to be our 2050 vision project in Istanbul, and that will very much contribute to the sustainable urban development in Istanbul. And I thank you very much for your listening.
Well, a mega project with mega objectives, right? This is the kind of endeavor that raises the difficult question, not only for the mega cities like Istanbul, but also for other cities around the world. Not every mega city in the world will be able to rally funding for this kind of project, no matter how green and how meaningful they can be. And that raises the whole question that we don't have the time to address in this session about, are our finance systems up to the task to finance this kind of thing? And how have we done that in the past? I mean, how was the original London Tube financed? It was with a 100-year bond, something that now is unthinkable, that everybody would criticize. But that's how it was done back then. But we are asking Johannesburg, we are asking Bogota, we are asking other cities to do this very, very differently. We are even questioning whether the income that cities generate are green enough to finance green projects. And that will be part of your discussions with national government as well, right? So we are operating these mega projects in a very obsolete financing system. And although this is not the conversation that we have to have in this roundtable, is one that we will need to have, because we will need to transform those financial systems. Also for cases like Istanbul and Sao Paulo and other cities that are capable to actually design, finance, and make this publicly profitable. But the task that we have before us as network system, as ecosystem of cities, is to actually be able to finance infrastructure also in cities that do not have that capacity. And development, the financial capacity and the context to achieve that, I think is a shared task. And we need to learn from these type of projects to do that. But also from the difficult conversations that the mayor of Bogota is having with her own government about, about her own public transport system. So thank you very much. I do want to give you the opportunity to raise any questions if you have them. I know we are late and you're probably hungry, and I'm looking at Mustafa and he's saying, yes, let's go to lunch. But I don't have all of you so often around the table. So if there are any questions that you would like to ask now, please feel free, or otherwise we can go into the discussions later on after lunch. We are ready for lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emilia. Just wanted to announce you, we will have a lunch break for an hour, and at 3 p.m., when we finish our lunch, our mayor will be back at the beginning of the next session. Thank you. By the way, the lunch is served outside. There's a separate small building with glass windows. That's where the restaurant is. Thank you. On the way out. Dear friends, we are about to start our next session. Please take your seats.
May I start? Please. Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. Good. Okay. Aranızdan kısa bir süre ayrılmak zorunda kaldım.
My apologies, I had to leave. Because today we have an important party congress in Istanbul, and I had to deliver a speech there. So I went there, and my speech was a bit long, about like an hour. So my apologies for that. Of course, I'm happy to be back here with you. And I've heard that these sessions have been very fruitful, and that made me happy yet again. I'm positive that the sessions that we will have will bear a lot of issues that we would have exchange of experience and opinion. I'd like to give the floor to two experienced colleagues of mine we have the mayor of Baghdad, Mr. Ammar Musa Kadim. I'd like to invite him to the stage now to deliver his speech. As I start my speech, I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. İmamoğlu, the mayor of Istanbul. He invited us over here on this important summit, and I know that we are together on an important summit, a valuable one. Metropoles do face a lot of issues, and the intensity of population is one of them, and other municipality issues just go along with that. The financial sustainability of the metropoles and provision of quality service, equitable, fair service, is coupled with a lot of environmental issues like shrinking of the greeneries and then carbon emission, or among other problems. And these large cities do create a lot of carbon emission, and Baghdad hosts about 10 million people, and then we face a lot of difficulties. In the past, this used to be an important issue. Alongside that, we had the chance to obtain a lot of valuable information. We also prioritize learning from the others and implementing them in our city. Today, this is what is happening for us, and I'd like to express my gratitude once again to Mr. İmamoğlu and municipality, and of course the other participants and speakers. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the participation and exchange of opinions. I'd like to give the floor now to Mr. Isa Rajakasis, the mayor of Ramallah. Thank you, Isa. The floor is yours.
Afternoon, and thank you for inviting Ramallah to join this forum and to know more about the mega effect of a small city and not the effect of the mega city. Allow me in my intervention to tell you how we see resilience and why it is important for cities like mine to be resilient. Palestine have signed in 1993 the Oslo Accord so that in 5 years there should be a state of Palestine. And on the anniversary of the year 2000, 31st December 1999, we celebrated with the whole world, and the American president attended in Bethlehem, and Palestine was about to reach the surface and be a fully recognized country. This could not, unfortunately, see the light for many political reasons. And when we dig back into the Oslo Agreement, which we signed, and we weren't drunk, the areas for the cities was area A, B, and C. And area A is 20% of the space of the city, which is under full control, administrative and security of the Palestinian government. That's Area A. Area B and C, C is 60% and B is 10% or 20%. 60% of our land that we agreed upon was under the military administration of Israel. And therefore, we could not build anything on this land. We had no access in terms of planning this land, expanding, even expanding a cemetery, which took us 12 years to get approval to expand our cemetery in Ramallah. The cemetery for the dead. Because it's in Area C, as if it's not ours. Everything you see now in the West Bank is built on Area C. Settlers are living in Area C. Our landfill is in Area C. If I want to take my solid waste to the landfill, I have to agree that the neighbors, the settlers, will use the landfill. And this put one impediment after the other, and things went south, as you well know. Until the very today, the tragic event that took place this morning. That's what you expect when you keep provoking for 75 years. I'm not justifying at all. I resent and disagree to killing people, killing civilians. That's given. But Arafat in 1974, when he went to the United Nations he said, I'm carrying the olive leaf in my hand, don't let it drop. And we all know what happened to Ishaq Rabin and all what followed. Today, we continue living under occupation, and the right government is bringing a righter government and is bringing up a rightist government in Israel, and we have to remain the resilience, the sustainability, the hope, and be a city, as I said yesterday, an international city with a local flavor. We chose culture and we invested in culture so that we reach out to the world and speak the international language. For the whole world to see this model city, Ramallah, what is being done in Ramallah, and Ramallah to be the inspiration for what Palestinians can do if they are allowed a less pressured environment. We continue living under extreme odd circumstances, and yet we have 38 twinning agreements. Last week, I signed with Wellington in New Zealand. They were so excited to partner with us because we reached them. How? By being the city of music, the city of culture. Literacy ratio in Palestine is 97.6%. We're a young society. We have all what it takes to enjoy our right to exist and to have our sovereign on our land. Again, in Ramallah, you see highly cultured people, a very open, accepting, civilized, very democratic city. Some of you visited Ramallah and saw something different. Like one Harvard graduate friend of mine, he was surprised when he knew that I'm Christian. I said, Isa Kassis is Christ the priest. That's the English translation of my name. He said, but the Christians left. I said, when? He said, left after the Ottomans. I said, well, Christ was a Palestinian. He was born on this land, for heaven's sake, in Bethlehem. It's like a lost land. And I believe that we lost in our PR test. And that's why I'm personally taking this challenge to voice out my city. When this morning we were talking about smart cities. Yes, my city is smart in every way, in every meaning of the word. But why? We have free internet in the streets for everybody. And in 12,000 kilometers, we have over 100 points to boost the net, just to make sure that internet reaches people. Again, why? For me to cruise? No, no, no, no. For you. When you visit, Claudia, I want you to upload what you see. I don't care what you download. I want the world to see what we can do, what we did. And then for the world to decide. I'm not interested in any way, shape, or form in criticizing occupation and keep crying to the world that we are occupied. I think the world is fed up with us repeating this story. So I chose the other way. Look at the filled part of the cup and capitalize on what you do, and then let occupation expose itself. Today in Istanbul, thousands of people came out to support Palestinians. Why? The media people were telling me. I said, I don't know, go ask them. Why do you think? I believe our leadership shifted the mindset. Our previous leader used to wear the fatigue, if you remember Abu Ammar, Yasser Arafat, with the Palestinian kufiya. Abu Mazen is a statesman. The previous one didn't know this. A tie wasn't on his agenda. And this is not good enough for the occupier, even. So what does Israel want? I'll leave this to the future generation to conclude. But today, with the young generation that we have, and with the higher literacy ratio, and when I say literacy ratio, I'm saying 17 and up. I'm not saying elementary. Yeah. I have 12 public schools in Ramallah and 6 missionary schools and 2 private schools. Before I arrived, I gave a plot of land rented for almost free to the Lycée International School, the French school, just to upgrade the knowledge of my people and to give them a chance to excel in life. Harvard, Princeton, MIT are very familiar names for our graduates who study abroad. So we're not like people who just came from the moon. What I say about resilience is the combination of exist and resist. That's how I see it. You resist by simply exist on this land. And if you want to exist, you need quality of life. Being women, men, youth, young, elderly, employed, unemployed, business, public, private. If you have the enabling environment, then the probability for you to leave is less. I'm a finance man, by the way. I'm not a politician. And I'm trying to run the municipality as a private sector player, as a corporate banker. And I believe so far so good. And that's why we're very active in international networks. We do not participate in any conference in the world if there is nothing that we contribute with. nothing whatsoever. If I want to travel for fun, I go with my family. But we present what Ramallah has. And my address always is resilience. I can speak till tomorrow, but I'll try to be short in what I will be saying. PPP, another thing that we took the private sector, that we drove the private sector. And in order for us not to exclude anybody, we started before PPP, we started with traditional markets and food trucks. And imagine who applied for that. 70% were women. Those who drive the economy, those who provide care, the caregivers. And I love when I see them at night, when I go home at 10 or 11 p.m. and I drive by the food trucks and young ladies doing sandwiches and shawarma and falafel and hamburgers and I don't know what. So, and they make good living. They support families. And when you say we have 70,000 people living in Ramallah and around 200,000 people visiting the city, you see the level of challenge for people to, make a living in Ramallah, be it those who are the residents of the city or the guests of the city. But still, in 12 months, we have 15 events. And in every event, we have a local economic development flavor. Now I'm preparing for the Christmas market. We used to do it in the municipality park, like 30 or 25 kiosks. This year, 150. Do gingerbread, do whatever. Just do it and come sell it in Ramallah. And because the cost of living in Ramallah is higher, because it is the financial capital and the business base of Palestine, products and stuff, life in Ramallah is more expensive than others. So it would make more financial sense for you to bring your stuff from Bethlehem and sell it in Ramallah. You will make an extra 30%. Of course, we take peanuts against this, but for me, it gives me it gives me honor actually to support them and to see eventually the number of women who approach on the election date to elect the mayor. So I believe these are baby steps that we are putting for a resilient city. Imagine that Ramallah, post-COVID, was the first city in the world to have a recovery plan in place, recovery and renewal, with the University of Manchester, and we got the number 22,393. You can Google it. Ramallah is the first city. Why? In Ramallah? Yes. And my message is that I want to be there, to open eyes on this small occupied city that is planting the seeds of hope for a better tomorrow for the new generation. And what gives me fuel for this fact is age group, is the young generation. Another question, another point about resilience. And Oslo, if we dig for water, a water well, to a certain level, I don't want to give misleading figures now. If you find water, you close it. But if you find it deeper, you pump it out because it will be more expensive. So you just close it and buy it. Yeah, get a delivery. Call for a delivery for water. So we buy water from the occupier, who pumps water out from my land in area C I have no access to. And then I buy the water, and we get the water X number of days a week. That's why we have water tanks on the rooftops. Yeah. I mean, the story is long, and the hardship is big. And you never imagine occupation as a tank or a fatigue or a sword. That's not occupation. Occupation is here. It's the mindset that you are not allowed. So you live within this circle. Don't think, don't excel, don't play piano. You don't need the damn piano. Just take care of what you have. We feel this now. And the ones who are ringing the bell, the wake-up call, are the generation. So it makes it hard, indeed, to find hope. But yet this city that is called Ramallah insists on building on the glimpse of hope that I see. In solid waste management, today I'm working and will be working on zero waste. I don't want my waste to be in my land, because I don't want to share landfill with anyone. If I don't have space to bury people, how am I going to have space for a landfill? That's what resilience is for us. And I believe COVID was a very good test for us how to survive. And that's why yesterday I was talking about volunteership and how people got together, and for the municipality to play such a leading role in driving the society. And from there, actually, the idea of a metropolitan Ramallah came up when other municipalities were calling for, let's do like Ramallah. And then myself and Jordi started talking. Preserving heritage, another point that I would like to share. Imagine that in my city, we have 163 homes built between 1914 and 1948. I know them by name. We know everything about every home. We have a profile idea about every home. You cannot abolish this. And we lobbied for the Ministry of Antiquity and Tourism to preserve these houses. And you wonder why. I mean, why? Because if you demolish them, the old house in town will be for those who arrived late. And there will be only their home, which was the first home built after 1948. So everything we do has a national flavor. I hate the word politics. Yeah, it has a national flavor. We have 300 homes since the Ottomans, and we preserve them and I was talking to my friend Akram this morning about the Ottoman court in Ramallah, which is a cultural center for the youth, and a library that we would like to maintain, do the proper maintenance for, etc., etc. And who would be better to work on this beautiful building other than a Turkish architect? Goes without saying. And I will close by saying that Ramallah is a Christian town, by the way. It goes back 2,300 years BC. And I managed to go back 13 generations. So I'm the 14th generation in Ramallah, my family. But today Ramallah is not a Christian city. It's an open, accepting, vibrant, accepting others with their differences, optimistic, friendly, the cultural hub of Palestine, the music hub of Palestine. Now I'm working, Charles, we were discussing yesterday, I'm working on preserving the rights of Palestinian artists for us to have a registry for the music that Palestinian artists do. And the hub will be in Ramallah. Why? Is it about music? No, it's not about music. It's about something deeper. It's about the exist, resist thing. And that's why we always call for our partners, and we partner with cities all over the globe, but we pick and choose the cities that complement our dream and our vision. A vision for a city, for a model city, a vision for a city that shows what Palestinians can do. Thank you very much.
Teşekkürler.
Thank you very much to Mr. İsa Rajakish, the mayor of Ramallah Metropolitan Municipality. Now, we have another session, the second session, namely innovative financing models for megacities. And to moderate the session, I will give the floor to Ms. Marianne Travely from International Financial Corporation. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, distinguished guests. So I'm very pleased to moderate this session on innovative financing models for megacities. So I'm Mariam Travali. I'm the regional manager for the industry that we call infrastructure for the region, a relatively large region, which covers Turkey, but as well Palestine, Pakistan, Middle East, and Central Asia. I'm based in Istanbul, but my Turkish is not so good yet because I've been around for less than a year here. So I'm very happy to, as I said, to moderate this session. Just want to share these slides with all of you, maybe to put things in perspective. Some people, I guess, here are familiar with the World Bank, but maybe not all the institutions of the World Bank. So we keep on calling the World Bank, I would say, all types of countries, but the differentiation comes from the level of the economies. For middle-income countries like Turkey, we will call it IBRD. Same as well for credit-worthy low-income countries. When we are dealing with relatively lower-income countries, it is called IDA. Another sister institution is MIGA, which provides guarantees for foreign investments, actually for non-commercial risk, mainly for political risk linked to expropriations or suspension of agreements in the middle of, I would say, of the agreement itself. And the fourth, I would say, sister institution is ICSID, less known by many of us. Actually, ICSID should be seen as a tribunal, helping in terms of conciliation whenever there are some private sector investors who are dealing with very complex situations with governments. And us as IFC, we are the private arm of this whole group. However, for municipalities, when it comes to municipalities, I would say that it's an exception because we are in between both the sovereign-backed lendings as well as the non-sovereign-backed lendings. So just to show here how IFC has been in the municipal sector globally, a bit more than, or a bit less, I would say, $6 billion in more than 120 projects since 2008. The way we look at cities, actually, in general, and mega cities, more particularly at IFC, is that we come in by taking a holistic approach. By holistic, I mean that it is key to understand what are exactly the issues that each specific city is facing, maybe coming directly with a financial institution, a financial instrument, so we will not resolve the problem, but maybe just on the surface, but the roots, the foundations of the issues will still be here if they are not tackled. So it's the reason why we are coming, in addition to the investment, very often with an advisory component in parallel or maybe before, in order really to make sure that the whole issue is tackled. So this is why IFC and institutions, DFIs like EBRD, are acting, as I mentioned earlier, as a one-stop shop. For the sole megacity of Istanbul, as you can see, IFC has provided a bit less than $500 million through 9 investments, financial investment, but as well advisory engagements. So when we are talking about cities, specifically about mega cities, this is really a challenge as we can guess. I mean, the challenges ranging from urbanization all the way to disruptive technologies, passing through climate change. I mean, a number of you mentioned that. I mean, the maintenance of the infrastructure, and but putting all of them together with the interlinked issues such as regulatory restrictions, such as availability of adequate funding. I'm insisting on that because we all know that most of the cities have their revenues denominated in local currency, whereas most of the DFIs are lending in major currency. So we are really seeing a mismatch here of currency, which is a serious risk. But we are trying to see how best to mitigate that, sorry. So all this put together in front of us is a real challenge, and we really need to mitigate this as much as we can. So how are we trying to address this challenging mainly on the financing side? One area that we are, I would say, developing, and Istanbul City has experienced that, is through the subnational government bonds. This usually enables municipalities to have access to a much wider, diversified pool of debt. So as mentioned earlier, Istanbul, I guess that when you will make your presentation, you will refer to that. But just to say that actually Istanbul megacity had benefited of 2 bonds, if I'm correct, during the past 3 years. Another area, quite innovative as well, is the sustainability-linked bonds or sustainability-linked finance. So IFC and other DFIs propose this, but with the use of proceeds focused on components like climate adaptation, climate mitigation. With the increasing challenge for climate change, we do believe that some support is really needed here. And by support, it's not only financially speaking, but as well some advisory. So some hand-holding will be needed there. Another area of focus under the sustainability-linked loans is when it has to be to focus, let's say, on areas like biodiversity, plastic cleaning, and as well, another area is gender. I'm insisting on this because the first sustainability link that IFC has done in the world was here in Turkey, in Izmir. So this was 2 years ago, and actually the way we designed it was really to have, to make sure that there is a gender inclusion. So we did provide, and we are still providing advice to the municipality of Izmir on that, trying to see how to reach the sustainability performance targets in terms of women. But the good thing behind that is that if achievements are done after a certain period of time, we can see a reduction of the interest rate, which is not something I would say that we should ignore. Another area where we're trying to be a bit innovative, I mean, it was mentioned, I think, in several of these interventions, is really municipal PPPs, public-private partnership. This is crucial, as it is key to have the proper legislation in place to allow PPPs. So involving, mobilizing the private sector is critical to share the burden. Another area is what we all know, the direct private sector investment that we usually do. This is, I would say, our day-to-day work. And as I mentioned just at the beginning, advisory. Advisory, DFIs, I mean, I keep on mentioning EBRD, but we have DFIs like FMO, AFD, Proparco, DG, as ourselves as well. We can come with the relevant support to unlock the bottlenecks, especially when it comes to the implementation of challenging projects. So here I just want to share with you a couple of tools that IFC has developed for Mini specifically, and these are mainly global platforms. You can become members, and I would say the beauty of them is not only the advisory support that you would get from us, but really the connection, the experience sharing that you may benefit from your peers. So this will be discussed, I think, in the next session, if I'm correct. So so then I would like to say that I'm ending my presentation here. Mrs. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, distinguished guests, thank you so much for your attention. And without further ado, let me give the floor to, I think it's the delegation of São Paulo for a 15-minute presentation. Thank you, everyone. Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very much. Time to ask for more credit. But ladies and gentlemen, dear mayors and megacity representatives, good afternoon. On behalf of Mayor Ricardo Nunes, and here also represented Secretary Anna Vansler, I'd like to greet the Mayor of Istanbul, Mr. M. Khain, and in his name and all the team engaged in the Megacity Summit process led by the good friend Mustafa. Congratulations, Mayor, for the great initiative and for the leadership, and thanks for warmly welcoming us in this beautiful city. I'd like also to greet Metropolis President, dear Mayor Claudia Lopez, Metropolis Secretary General Jordi Wacker, UCLG Secretary General Emilia Sais, extending also the greetings to all megacities here today. We are here talking about the challenges, the many challenges involved in managing megacities, like territorial dimensions, conurbation, governance frameworks, public services, with all the particularities that we all know very well. And when talking about megacities, we are obviously talking about dimensions, about size, and here there is a very important fact. Only 90 of the 193 member states of the United Nations have a population over 10 million inhabitants. It means that each and every one of our megacities has a greater population and also many times more challenges and more responsibilities than the majority of UN countries. Aware of that, it is a very good time in context for us to gather and raise our voices, experiences, and capacities for the common good of our mega cities, trying to think creatively on what and how to achieve a better engagement, both nationally and internationally. Governing and caring for the people of a mega city is a task that requires, among many other qualities, creativity, and innovation is fundamental in many aspects, especially in finance, the main topic of my presentation here today. Wow. It is necessary to equalize the need to offer services in a metropolitan scale and also maintain the financial health of the public sector, seeking a fair and balanced collection. With a metropolitan population of almost 23 million inhabitants, 12 million only the city of São Paulo, we have a GDP of more than $150 billion. That's basically 10% of Brazil's GDP. And this year we reached the largest public budget in our history with $20 billion budget, a growth that has occurred without raising taxes, but just the opposite, and what I'm telling you in the sequence. In São Paulo, we solved the equation through, on one hand, fiscal responsibility, and on the other hand, administrative efficiency. It is not about spending little or spending much, but it's about spending well, ensuring that the money has an adequate destination and improves the life of the population. This year, we reached approximately $3 billion of investments, a record in our history, and these resources have as the main destination the sectors of housing, health, education, mobility, security, social, and climate change. This is a result of the reduction of the deficit in public accounts, achieved largely by, first, municipal pension reform, second, public-private partnerships and concessions, and third one, negotiation and settlement of municipal debts. Last year, our fiscal responsibility was recognized with the maximum AAA score in the area of debt sustainability, very important to get credit as well, by Fitch. And in the same index, we got A in investment grade. With this financial management model, São Paulo has become a construction site with more than 5,200 houses being delivered and thousands of mobility, janitorial, resilience, and sustainability works being delivered or underway. As I mentioned, the experience has shown us that it's possible to balance a wide offer of services without compromising the accounts and increasing taxes. For example, since 2021, we have reduced service tax rate by 60% for housing, transportation, and the creative industry. And this investment policy and fiscal credibility is bringing us remarkable results. $2.5 billion have been invested by concessions or PPPs. 385,000 new companies have been created in São Paulo. 43,000 of them just moved to the city in search of legal certainty, good services, and a better fiscal policy. And these led us to reach only in 2020, last year, additional 188 new jobs only in the city of São Paulo. Additionally, all of our megacities already face the challenges of climate crisis and the impacts of deepening social inequalities. And having balanced accounts is crucial and key to implement the necessary investments in infrastructure, resilience, and mitigation policies as well. And to accelerate the transition to sustainable mobility, we just raised a grant of $500 million from both the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the World Bank to subsidize the purchase of 2,600 electric buses by next year. This is a very innovative partial grant model in which the city raises the funds via credit operations in multilateral banks, for instance, and the city transfers that money to the private concessionaires that operate public transportation as part of the municipal subsidies. And those concessionaires manage the purchase of the electric fleet. So the government has access to credit much cheaper than private companies usually have. And this process has significantly reduced the cost for transitioning our fleet to electric. And as a result of this initiative alone, we estimate that an annual reduction of 2% in carbon dioxide emissions only by next year, cutting 276,000 tons. We just passed also a law that makes mandatory for the city to complete the transition to a zero-emission fleet within 10 years, investing until we change each and every one of the more than 13,000 buses we have in our fleet. So development banks in this matter are essential partners and need to look closer to cities, always when possible reducing bureaucracies, but many of those bureaucracies created by our federal governments, and also increasing credit lines. Of course, we continue to seek other forms of financing in order to diversify options and to meet demands. And these credit mechanisms preserve the municipal treasury, usually, leaving resources for investments in areas where it is more difficult or expensive to obtain resources, such as housing and urban infrastructure. Finally, I would like to share that we will host this November the São Paulo International Summit 2023 with 4 major international conferences, including the Innovation Platform of the Inter-American Development Bank, the Annual Forum of Subnational Development Banks in Latin America, the General Assembly of the Union of Ibero-American Capital Cities, and the Mercocities Summit. We also, June of next year, are hosting São Paulo International Summit 2024, bringing together ICLEI World Congress, Metropolis Board of Directors, and possibly the Urban 20 Summit from Brazil G20 presidency. So I'd like to conclude inviting all megacities and city networks to come to São Paulo to contribute to those great spaces of dialogue and cooperation, co-creating innovative solutions for our cities, for our citizens, megacities and metropolises around the world. Count on us to move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A pleasure.
Thank you so much. So let's give the floor now to the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. So Mrs. Neslihan Vural.
Thank you. And welcome all the participants to our lovely city, Istanbul. Thank you. I am Dr. Neslihan Vural. I am the Finance Director in Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. And I will give you a brief information about our financial instruments that we used last 4 years. As you all know that Istanbul is the largest city in Turkey, and our population, our official population is actually 16 million people lives in Istanbul, but our daily population is 20 million people lives in Istanbul. That's why our biggest target is to finalize, to finish all our infrastructure investment as our mayor's visions. So you can see in the presentation that our budget, it is the public information, the capital expenses share is 42% in our budget. It is 2022 numbers, but we know that the next 5 years we also put the capital expenditure in our budget, just almost half of the budget will be the capital expenditures. So how can we manage this budget? We have 30 subsidiaries and the 2 affiliates which is managing our waste treatment, waste management, transportation, lots of things in Istanbul. So you can see our key financial metrics that our revenues almost all the times actually we can say after 2019 we always pass the budget in our revenue side, and we always finish on the budget for our expenditure side. And right now, which is our biggest successful in our capital markets, that we issue 2 bonds, and in first one is 2020, which we issue a bond during the COVID term. Actually, there's no vaccine in that time. The first bond that we issue in development countries. So we put 4 metro projects to these bonds, and you can see our metro line, which Pelin mentioned, that 10 metro line under construction right now in Istanbul. So yes, it is unsecured bond, which is very important for us. We don't need to take a guarantee from Ministry of Finance, from central government. It's 5-year maturity. So we took 2 billion US dollar demand for these bonds. We just get 580 million because as a municipality, you just can get external credit for a project basis. So we cannot make a rollover, we cannot take money for repayment for our financial credit. For 2022 Eurobond, which we issue, it is during also COVID term. There's a Russian and Ukraine crisis, so it is the first bond also after the term. So it is for our 2 metro project, and it's honor to us to say we opened these 2 lines also. So we spend all with our railway department. How can we do this? Because, you know, we are very powerful for our economic strongholds, for our budget, for our cash flows, actually, for our fixed assets. As you can see in the chart that our fixed asset and real estate portfolio, but we never prefer to sell some of our real estates. If in case of emergency, of course, we can sell. But we don't prefer to sell our real estates because we know that these real estates owned by Istanbul citizens. So we try to manage, we try to use the financial instruments to manage our economy actually and our budget. And you know, you can see here also the Istanbul's has the share 49% of total imports in Turkey's share. So Turkish GDP 30%. And the population 20%. So Istanbul, yeah, really has the biggest share in Turkey. And this is our budget realization rate that you can see, as I mentioned before, the revenue side, we always pass the budget because when we're making the budget, we always think the worst case scenario in Turkey. So that's why we always pass for the revenue side, and for the expenditure side, you can see here our last year realization rate is 97.9%, which means we are very strict to manage our cash flow. That's why it's easy to understand us in capital markets and the financial. So this is the case that I want to explain all the participants, because this is the sustainable finance framework that we published last month. This is the first sustainable finance framework which we publish in Turkey as a local government. So yes, we are planning to use, actually last year we used a green loan for one of our biggest metro project, Ümraniye Teşhir Göztepe. We used the first green loan in the local governments in Turkey. And you know, when we are issuing a conventional bond, all our investors asking us why you don't make a green bond, because you know municipalities' spirit is the very eligible for ESG content. All our targets coming to from ESG. So our mayors signed C40. So we know we have a target for carbon emission in 2050. So we committed to reach this carbon neutral. So that's why we think that we can go to the capital markets, also the financial markets, of course. And we work with our environment department, with our railway department. So we prepared a sustainable finance framework and we publish it, and we get a second party opinion from Sustainalytics, which is the most reputable one. So they gave us very, very good feedback. So right now we are just watching the market to issue a green bond. And yes, I would like to say all the municipalities, yeah, we should more be in the capital markets. You know, right now we feel somewhat alone in capital markets. We are just Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. I don't see any other, and I want to see actually other municipalities in capital markets. So we would like to very happy to share our experience with our municipalities. So I think this is my last slide. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Would like to go now to the, I would say, Q&A session, maybe reaching out to a couple of you just to try to get your views on some general, but as well some more specific points, if you don't mind. I would like to start with Bogota, Mrs. Mayor. How do you think that DFIs, development institutions, development finance institutions like IFC, EBRD, can contribute in supporting you address the urban challenges that Bogota is facing, and supporting you as well in achieving the ambitions that you're targeting for Bogota?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I think, and this is something that I've had the chance to speak to the director of the World Bank or the IDB Bank. I think the best way to help us is to set up the conditions to release the money directly to cities. Do you want to help us? Do that. Instead of going through all the red tape and bureaucratic and political decision-making of the national states. We have the challenges, but we have the solutions. You know, in any city, transportation will account for roughly half of the emissions that cause climate change, particularly in many cities. And so we're building multimodal, clean, sustainable, inclusive transportation systems, right? As the one we just saw this morning. We're trying to reach the money, for example, for the second metro line in Bogota, for the second regional train in Bogota. We're surrounded by beautiful mountains too, so we are proposing 7 cables. At the moment, we're constructing 2 out of the 7. But the money is trapped. The climate change and the sustainable development goals is trapped in the multilateral banks. Hold by, you know, I have to be very clear here, trapped in political decision-making rather than in technical or actual priorities of sustainable development climate change. Cities are by far more diverse than national states sometimes. So that will be the first one, the first offer. Then the second thing is I think we should go beyond, help us setting a city bank, national, regionally, and globally. There are good reasons why cities, at least mega cities or cities above 1 million people, we should build our multilateral banking system and global public investment system, I think so. So in the first place, the same conditions that could be offered at the World Bank or the Asian Development Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank. Just set up the conditions, what conditions we should meet. What macroeconomical, fiscal, technical conditions. We're not asking for irresponsibility, we're asking for conditions that we can meet directly. So I think truly that will be the most useful thing. I pretty much agree with you that the capital market is also a very good option. In fact, we issue also in Bogota 2 social bonds, one to fund the largest scholarship program that we have now. It's the largest scholarship program in Latin America done by a city. We have been able to provide 40,000 scholarships for training and university education for kids in our city. So that's a third very good option. And probably Secretary Guterres, you know, when we are in a crisis probably as complicated or maybe as large as the Second World War. There was a Marshall Plan to revamp Europe when they were in crisis. Now the crisis is global. There is no Plan Marshall for the SDGs. Without something like that, that large, that bold, it would be difficult to achieve the SDGs. So we better think of things like that.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mayor, for the candid response. Highly appreciate and not well taken. I would say the message will be conveyed to our respective presidents, hoping that we will get some successful outcome out of that. But thank you. I would like now to turn to Mr. Mayor from Baghdad. I mean, Mr. Mayor, as we know, legislative restrictions often present a bottleneck for city administration when it comes to facilitating alternative financing options, that for instance, the ones that I mentioned earlier. Is this a challenge for Baghdad? And if yes, how do you overcome or how do you try to mitigate those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you. The financing of the projects. Different sectors, well, especially water, transportation, sewer system, and waste management, we use them for infrastructure works like that. And I can say that we obtain enough budget from the central administration for this project. But the fluctuations in the petroleum prices could also bring limitations to us. Other than that, we basically could utilize certain credit options. For example, now we are going through a borrowing process from the World Bank, especially on water and sewage system. So we're going through a process like that, and it is going to be paid back in 2028. So it's $210 million of volume. This is what we need, and we prepared for this project. As I said, renewal of the infrastructure for water and sewage system is what it's going to be used for. We're going to prevent water losses with this project, and then we are going to clean water as well. We have similar projects in Baghdad as well, some infrastructure projects, for example. Compared to infrastructure projects, these projects are smaller, but we are still working on them. The Iraqi government, for the next 3 years, it declared a new strategic plan. It's going to be backed by a strategic budget, especially service sector is going to be given the lion's share in that. In Baghdad, we have the problem of shanty towns, and regarding the infrastructure, this is giving us a lot of difficulty. So restructuring of these shanty towns is going to require the support of the central government, and then we, with that, started actualizing some of the projects, and now we are going through an intense period of restructuring in shanty towns in coordination with the central government. And sustainability and meeting the basic needs is very important, and the central government basically placed this as a precondition. As I said, we are working financing this with World Bank. About waste management, we are having a great work with the World Bank as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to turn now to two cities, Lahore and Ho Chi Minh. Just want to hear from you. What are the most, I would say, burning issues, the most pressing needs that you are facing in your respective cities, and how do you prioritize the different projects when allocating limited resources and funds? I don't know who wants to start first.
Okay, thank you so much. Lahore currently has a population of around 13.4 million people. So this is just the local population that's in place. And then around 4 to 5 million people on a daily basis do come in for work or other required working. So planning for such a diverse population where the static population is also substantial, and then the daily movement in and out of the city is very substantial. So what we have done is that working on the pattern of Istanbul, because the first question that you asked from that legislative issues come into play over here. So to cater for that, where the municipality could not get into things, the municipality created agencies and companies which could then get into financial modeling or financial agreements with other agencies or development banks. And that is on the pattern of what Istanbul is also doing. And a substantial amount of working is also given to provincial departments. For example, if you get into transport or traffic management, the e-buses system would be coming in from the transport department, and the province on behalf of the city would then get into an agreement with a development agency or a development bank to finance these solutions. So that is one way that we have gone about financial sustainability of different projects. That being said, because the magnitude of the things is so huge, obviously the pie is always limited. At this point in time, urban planning in general is a great issue over in Lahore, because the city is expanding at a very high rate, and our development authority, because we have a separate Lahore Development Authority that has been established to look after the urban planning parameters. So our main focus currently is to go for vertical growth rather than expanding the city to such a wide level that we are actually taking over a substantial proportion of our agricultural land, which then will hurt our food security issues. So the primary and foremost challenge is to plan the urban expansion has to be limited for Lahore, and it has to be more in the vertical format, because already Lahore is already too big, but then people are still coming into the city. So main portion would be urban planning. Then second, I would say climate change already has impacted the region. This year as well, we saw massive rains, unlike the previous patterns that we have seen, and urban flooding is a real challenge in the city. So the water and sanitation aspect accordingly gets damaged, because when the urban flooding comes in, then it impacts our sewage and sanitation parameters as well. And third, I would say, linked very much to this is the prolonged smog levels that actually take place. This is during this time period in these 3-4 months, the air pollution is so high that the air quality index goes very, very high. So all these things are pretty big challenges for the city, given that we have limited financial access in general terms, and the population growth is not curtailed to an extent where we can actually manage for the entire city. So these are three of the major challenges, I would say, of the hook that currently we are working on, and we want to continue working on the other agencies as well. And taking on from that, I think recently an SNG bond is also being worked on through the provincial government. So we hope that that can actually make an impact in the long term as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to Oshimin, please.
Hi. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here among the distinguished guests from City Worldwide. And I know that we are running out of time, so I try to make it short. With the population of nearly 14 million people, a hub for economic activities, culture, education, scientific, and technology of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh City has played a leading role in the nation's economy. Our target is by 2025, Ho Chi Minh City will be a smart city and a growth driver of the southern key economic region of the whole country. And by 2030, Ho Chi Minh City is a smart city of Southeast Asia. And by 2050, Ho Chi Minh City will become the economic and financial center of Asia. And now, as a mega city, Ho Chi Minh City is facing common challenges like other mega cities, including climate change, urbanization, infrastructure maintenance, and Ho Chi Minh City itself is regularly prone to flooding. The annual flooding in the city may cost about $1.3 billion US. And we're fully aware of these challenges. And the National Assembly, the central government, has passed the resolution for piloting the special mechanism only for Ho Chi Minh City. And this resolution called Resolution 98. And we Ho Chi Minh City very hopeful for this resolution, because this resolution also permits piloting a financial mechanism to reduce greenhouse gas emission of the city through mechanism of exchanging, clearing, and trading carbon credits with domestic and international investors, with 100% of the revenue from this section contribute to the city's budget. We think that is also the good source of finance for the city fund. And Resolution 98 also allows Ho Chi Minh City to fully exploit the value from land and develop the orientation of TOD, the Transit Orientation Development. This we will use all the revenue of this new mechanism to sponsor back for the public investment. So with these ambitious targets that I have mentioned, Ho Chi Minh City is willing to cooperate with all the international friends, especially in the climate change and infrastructure maintenance, and we are stay ready to cooperate with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, of course, developing these megacities will not go without engaging the different stakeholders. So I would like here to maybe come to the Buenos Aires city, just try to get from you, sir, what are the type of strategies, I would say, that you are using to engage citizens and community organizations in urban development initiatives?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the mayor, Imamoglu, and Mustafa, and the entire team for a wonderful event and for the invitation to this conference. And thank you all of you for your presentations so far. It have all been very inspiring and very interesting to know, to understand what is going on in megacities around the world. So, if I may not answer directly your question and just make a general comment on what I think, of what I'm taking away from all these discussions. And I'm going to introduce my bias here. So I manage international relations for the city of Buenos Aires for almost 8 years, the entire 2 terms of the mayor, who is ending his tenure this year. And I think it's very important as a first step to know exactly what other cities are doing, and especially the amazing projects that all of you are conducting in such different realms and with such level of deepness and technical expertise. And I think that should be the first step in order to find common ground, right? Find common ground for collective action in the international arena. Professor Landry used the term orchestration, I believe, early on in her presentation. I would say we need a better form of orchestration at the international arena. And I'm saying that because we all agree here that we have what it takes to do that, right? All of you have presented the incredible work that you are doing in the cities and how all of you improving your citizens' everyday lives. So that's why we believe that projecting that to international arena will increase the quality of life of all our citizens. So, but from what I'm taking of this of your presentations, and this is something that I've been thinking about in the last few years as well, I think there's growing divide between the agendas that cities have. And I think it has mainly 2 reasons. One of it is size, of course. Mega cities have different agendas, locally, but also at the international arena. That's very clear. It was said, mega cities have mega projects. Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, right? And it was mentioned before by Mayor Lopez that there's a point, kind of the shape of a curve of like a bell shape in terms of agglomeration. Once you reach a point, after that, there are some costs of agglomerations. There are not only benefits, and in general, that brings inequality, because the cost of agglomerations for poorer people are sometimes impossible to manage for them. And that happens generally in mega cities. So what I'm trying to say is that, and of course, in Latin America, that's very clear. We are one of the regions, one of the most urbanized regions in the world. We are also one of the most unequal regions in the world. I don't think that's a coincidence. So there's a proper agenda for megacities, and events like this, I think, are very important for megacities to try to, in a way, create its own sub-agenda among the city's agenda, and why I celebrate this event. The second one, great debate between the agendas of cities, I think, is the level of development. Mayor Lopez again put it very bluntly. The challenges of inequality in Bogotá resemble some of the challenges of inequalities in other Latin American cities. For sure, they are very different from the challenges that cities in the developed world has. Just a brief anecdote. A few years back, a big city from the developed world asked Buenos Aires, and I guess it asked many of you, to join a project which is very valuable, very interesting, which consisted on proposing cities to stop investing their pension funds in oil and gas industries. And we said, well, that's perfect. That's a very good initiative. The thing is that Buenos Aires city, a big city, the most developed city of one of the most developed cities in South America, it doesn't have a pension fund from which to disinvest. We just don't have the tool. Not only that, every peso or dollar that goes in the public budget, we have to see how we can do to build 1 extra kilometer of subway, or buy and extra electric buses. So the agendas are totally different from megacities from other parts of the world. And I think that's something that we have to take into account when we create these kind of agendas. So my point is that we need a common agenda. It's a good initiative that megacities start to work on an agenda on their own. But I think that's kind of difficult to achieve because even within megacities there are differences. One key element in which we can all agree is access to financing. I mean, everybody has said so. It's very clear to me that that's an agenda that is key for Syria to push forward, and it's an agenda in which international action can actually play a role. If we do it well, if we do it better, if we find common ground for collective action. That has to do not only with access to development banks and international financial institutions. I fully agree with what Mayor Lopez has said just a couple of minutes before. It has also to do with what kind of relations, in terms of fiscal relations, cities have with their national governments. And in the case in which they are provinces or states in the middle as well. I mean, conflict will always be there. We have to find ways to institutionalize that conflict and try to gain some previsibility over funds for cities. And in that sense, international action also has a role and a very important one. And the third one, it was mentioned before, it was mentioned by you, we have to work on building local capabilities. Not only to get access to finance, not only to avoid huge differences between megacities, among megacities, between those who have the capacity and those who have not the capacity, but also because in many cases, raising local revenues and being effective at doing that is very useful to get access to finance in better conditions, because that money is usually, or can be used as collateral or guarantee for some loans. So that's an agenda in which I think we can all agree that it's important. Emilia has done a lot, and Claudia as well, trying to push for this, trying to put this in perspective, and trying to, for different actors to understand the value that cities can add. One last thing, it would be naive to think that this is going to be easy in this international context. It is usually said, or I've heard this a lot, saying, well, there where countries fail to cooperate, cities cooperate. Example, climate change. That's true. That's true to some extent. Because what we're thinking here, what we are doing here is trying to impact on the current international system and current international institutions. And the current international institutions are failing in many different realms, are failing in the ability to avoid the use of violence, are failing in settling trade disputes, and are failing dealing with global issues such as climate change or migration, or you can think of or SDG, or you can think of any of those. In that system is where cities have to operate. So saying that is not true. We have to work on that, and I learned this from Emilia, so I thank her for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I have to thank you because I think you wrap up my session. I mean, really by putting the key messages, the key takeaways of I would say this session. I would just add that I hear you very well. I mean, less bureaucracy from the advice, proper legislation in place, and I would say the different points that you have put. And of course, climate change really overarching all these issues that we are facing. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So I think the session is over here, and I think we should move to a tea break. Is it correct? So
Yeah.
I think they want to close it for something. No?
Now time for tea break.
Thank you so much.
15 minutes.
15 minutes only, please. Thank you.
So,
we are running behind schedule.
5 to 5. Huh? Good.
Dear colleagues, can we please take our seats? The next session is about to start.
Yes, now the last closing session we have collaboration among megacities and our General Secretary of Metropolis, Jordi, microphone is yours.
Teşekkürler, thank you very much. This is a session not to try to wrap up things, but to see what lays after this megacity summit. The first time that megacities as such have come together and have come together with other guests that have brought interesting ideas to the table. We will have a presentation about another example of collaboration of cities, U20, and we will have two more presentations from Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. But before that, we'll have a small disruption, I believe, from someone who is not representing a megacity, who is not necessarily your traditional city expert, and on whom I'm counting, Craig, to perhaps shake us a little bit from our usual assumptions about cooperation and what's possible in cooperation between cities. Not very long, but maybe you can help us think a little differently about what lies ahead.
Sure.
So Craig Cahoon is a climate activist and is also the co-founder of Walk It Back, and I'm going to let him explain what this is. Please.
Thank you, Jordi. I appreciate it. So I'd like you to suspend disbelief for a second, if that's okay. I am not a diplomat. I am not a politician. I am not an urbanist. I am not a consultant. A matter of fact, I'm just a guy. I had an interesting life in the corporate world with Coca-Cola for many years, and the entertainment world, and the venture capital world. And then I decided to become a climate activist and remove my lifetime carbon footprint. I calculated it from 1963. It was 9,000 tons. I took my pension fund and invested, gave my money to carbon removal, and I walked across Europe from London to Istanbul. And 4 months ago, this city greeted me, and that's why I'm back. So here's a couple thoughts. I've been to 120 countries in my life. I've been to 400 cities. I've been to 20 of the 33 megacities, and the world is complex. And so I have some thoughts. Thought number one is life is short. Have fun. Have fun with what you're doing. This group is a little serious. Yeah, and so bring in the fun element. You have fun at home, you have fun in the office. It's okay to have fun around a table. It's okay. And I'd like to see more fun moving forward, because at the end of the day, we're connecting as humans. Number two, I am angry. And I don't get angry a lot. Matter of fact, I hardly ever get angry. I'm angry at the mismatch of the leadership in this group versus the United Nations. So when someone said there are 90 countries of the United Nations that are smaller than the megacities, the system must change. When the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, or the IFC lady, was here, she said $5.7 billion from 2008. That is a joke. That is an insult to your leadership. The budget for marketing of Procter & Gamble is $8.1 billion per year. Just to put it in perspective. So the system has to change. You're in a fight. Let's not cut around the bush here. It is a fight. You are in a fight for democracy and open societies as they're closing down all around us outside of the cities. And I saw it live walking across Europe. The spaces in between are populism. And that's everywhere. And it's in America, it's in Canada, it's everywhere. It's in England. You're in a fight with national governments to get more voice and more budgets and more governance and more authority because the old system doesn't work. You're in a fight with international institutions because they don't see you. They don't recognize you. You aren't part of the system. You're invisible, actually. And you're in a fight with each other, within your local councils, with getting things through the bureaucracy in your system. So I'm here for you to support the fight. It's a good fight. And I think the fight, we have to win it somehow. So I have a couple of thoughts. Make it personal. Make it personal. I don't like that your names aren't on the lists. It's a city. It's Istanbul and Bogota and Baghdad, and the only two people that have names here are Charles and myself. I find that a little weird, actually. I think that you represent yourself first, and then you represent your city and your citizens. I think that there's something that I like to use called aggressive patience, which is a paradox, but I think we're out of patience. And I'm just turned 60 years old, and as I talk to the young activists, Greta and Shea Batista and Vanessa from Africa, they are getting angrier and angrier, and I'm worried that the young people are going to explode, not just in the certain parts of the world we think, but everywhere. And it's coming, so I want to make sure that we get a little bit more impatient with ourselves. So here's my thoughts. Here's my thoughts. It's not working, that's fine. I think this group, all of you are alone. That picture was walking through the Sultan's Trail between Vienna and Istanbul, and there was no path. And there is no path for you right now. And you have to create the new path together. And so what I'm asking, the challenge for you, I think, as megacities, is to learn by doing. Don't learn by talking to each other. Learn by doing things with each other. I don't see that happening yet. I come from a corporate world where corporates are really good at scaling things incredibly quickly. I think you need to get really good at scaling things incredibly quickly. There are 3 amazing ideas here. There's your idea that came from Dakar. There's 45 care clinics. That should be 4,500 care clinics in megacities around the world. And when I see that, I go, we have to scale immediately. And there's a way to do it that's different than the way that governments do it. I think that there's three areas that I'd like to recommend as you think about mega collaboration. The first one is you are alone as leaders. You're alone, Mr. When you shut your door, you're on your own. When you shut your door, you're on your own, and you know that. And so I think that having mentors from another country and another city and another gender and another situation might be a nice thing to do. Actually formalize the joint mentorship. When you're alone, you could call someone. Call someone that understands you and knows what you're doing. The second thing I think you should do, if you don't mind, is change this format. This is an old format. We're talking at each other. We're not discussing, really. And we're going to walk out of here and we're going to say, there's another nice summit. And I've seen it in COP, and I've seen it in Climate Week, and I've seen it at the G7, and I've seen it at the D20. And there's a new name for it. It's called summititis. And summititis is a really wonderful thing that is happening around the world that creates a system that is talking but doesn't move it along. And so I would ask you to change the format and immerse yourself in the other. For the next one, immerse yourself in Bogota. Immerse yourself on the streets. Cook for each other. Clean the streets together. Learn from people in the neighborhoods. Do what you do as mayors, but do it with other mayors so you learn from each other. And I think you'll have a lot of fun doing it. You won't have to wear a tie. And it'll be interesting because you do it anyway in your own cities. That's who you are. That's why you're elected. I think that if I was in your situation, I would hire 20 people in Bogota and 20 people in Baghdad and 20 people in Istanbul and Lahore and Buenos Aires, and I put those 20 people in 20 other city administrations. So I'd have 20 people learning on 20 different projects around the world at the same time. It's not that hard to do. That's the way a big company does it, and that's how you scale quickly. So I think there's a lot you could do. I'm with you in spirit. I'll walk wherever you want to walk, if that's okay. I believe that you have to take the space. The space is open for cities to take it in a new way. You must not work within the existing system. You will not get anywhere. You will keep on banging your head against the wall, as Charles said. And so take the space, take the leadership beyond your city. I know it's going to be hard to do that because you're so focused on your city and it takes time. But if you came together, 20 or 30 of you, you would represent hundreds of millions of people and you would have a very powerful voice. You would be uncomfortable, it would make the world uncomfortable, but I think we'd get somewhere. So if you don't take the space, I'll help you create it. And I think that there's a lot you could do. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for these stimulating ideas, exhortations. Let's now have the first of the presentation from Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. And it's going to be from the environment section of the IMM. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for my presentation. Why is not? Okay, today, starting from the Jeffrey Sachs, everybody is talking about the importance of the climate change, and this is a combat and a global problem, maybe the hot issue right now. So I'll be talking to you about the climate change studies in Istanbul. Well, everybody told today, again, I'm repeating once more, well, the population is registered, one is around 16 million, but when we calculate the water consumption per capita, we do see that we are more than 20 million in Istanbul, so everything comes according to that one. I could say that, for example, we are collecting 18,000 tons of solid waste each day. So it's a big, big issue, big environmental issue. Well, this city is trying to be sustainable, carbon neutral, resilient, green, creative, and a just city. For that reason, again, we do have lots of memberships, national and international, including C40, and this membership, well, Istanbul is the only city which is a member of C40 from Turkey. Well, GCOM again, and also very important B40, which has been initiated by Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. Well, in this frame, C40 and the GCOM, our mayor, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, signed the deadline 2020 document, which stated that, Istanbul is going to be carbon neutral and resilient city by 2050. And then this necessitated the preparation of our climate action plan. We have prepared it and published it in 2021. And right now we have just completed the CCAP, which is the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan. Again, both of them are based on 4 main sectors, including the stationary energy, transportation, solid waste, and water and wastewater. Well, IMM is the GCOM member, and under this membership, we are reporting our greenhouse gas emissions yearly basis to the CDP network. Well, as you can see over here, the biggest share in our greenhouse gas inventory comes from the stationary energy. Well, this is the reason we have more focused on the energy section. And we started working on a CCAP. Actually, we have done it under an EU project, EU for Energy Transition Covenant of Mayors for Western Balkan and Turkey. Well, the project will be, has been funded by the EU and the German Federal Ministry of Economics and Cooperation and Development. Which is good about this project is we have prepared all the actions, we have completed the CCAP, but first time we have prepared our institutional emission inventory. This was good. We have seen that again, stationary energy is the biggest share in institution also. Well, there is a very important thing. Istanbul has been selected as one of the 100 net zero cities. By this way, we have committed that Istanbul is going to be climate neutral and a smart city by 2030, which means that we have already targeted it for 2050, so we have to accelerate it. Well, also Istanbul has been selected as a pilot city with a project, we call it as a short name, Build for Greenest. It is for green and carbon neutral buildings, transition guide, Istanbul model project. What we do over here is we are going to prepare a guideline for the transition of the buildings to the green energy efficient buildings. But these buildings, I mean, we are expecting a huge earthquake in Istanbul, so old buildings are not resistant for the earthquake, so there is a urban renovation. So during this process, why not just put a little bit more and then convert all of these new buildings to do more energy efficient and green buildings. So with this project, we have been selected as a pilot city. Well, we are also selected to be, again, adaptation to climate change mission. So we are one of the mission cities. And there is one thing also very important, Green City Action Plan. We have already signed a protocol with the EBRD, and we joined the EBRD's Green Cities platform. And we have started the GCAP studies in this May. Well, this GATE project is a very innovative project. Actually, this is for the digital innovation solutions in the fields of the climate change, EU Green Deal, energy transition based on Turkey and Lithuania. So we are trying to make a green energy hub and develop it in between. So it's a very important project. I would like to talk a little bit about the energy studies. There are obviously lots of energy studies, energy audits will be done for the institutional buildings. We have completed 21 buildings, energy audits, and then we made changes. And as you can see over here that we have completed the establishment of the solar panels on the roofs of the institutional buildings, 22 of them. And right now, we do have the total power of solar plants on the roofs in IMM buildings, around 4,000 kilowatt per peak. And it will be reaching to 8,000 by March of 2024. Well, here are some of the applications. Well, there are some social services buildings, fire station buildings, cemetery service buildings, and sports complexes, etc. This is another part. This is the waste to energy systems. While we are driving energy from the solid waste, we do have 3 municipal solid waste landfill areas. One is not active, but still there is this biogas formation in it. So we collect the methane and then convert it to the electricity. On the other hand, we do have municipal solid waste incineration plants in the European side. This is the first in Turkey, and it is biggest in Europe. It has a waste incineration capacity of 3,000 tons per day, and electricity production capacity of 85 megawatts per hour. And also we do have 2 different biomethanization facilities, one in European side, one in Asian side. As a total, we are producing about 1.3 million megawatt hours of energy from the waste. So this is almost equivalent of the energy requirement of 2.5 million people. Well, thank you very much. If there was a time, I would like to talk to you about a lot of, adaptation studies related with the climate. For example, we are prone to, floods, etc. We have prepared maps for the floods and habitat quality, pluvial floods, etc. But I guess that's enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erdivicler. Next, we have Professor Tarık Şengül, who coordinates Istanbul 2050 vision.
Okay. We need the presentation, but I'm not gonna really, tell you what we have been doing, in Istanbul Planning Agency. You were there yesterday, I suppose, and you saw the setting and then, what has been done there, etc. But mainly, we are responsible from the, really future plans of the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality and Istanbul Planning Agency is a relatively new institutional setting for Turkey, not only for Istanbul. In that sense, it has got some sort of, test case for the rest of the Turkey and the municipalities in different parts of the country. And there, during the last 3-4 years, we did 2 major planning things, along with other things. One of them is Istanbul Vision Plan. It's completed. And then the other one, Vision Action Plan. So it shows the way how we realize the vision. So in that sense, the first document, Vision, was a positive, really outlook and positive future. What we try to, show some sort of optimism for the future. But then when we come to the stage of applying and finding the ways of realizing that, plan, the action plan took rather, let's say, not pessimistic, but realistic point of view. And then we here built on an understanding that actually the 21st century will be the century of crisis. Various crises. These are the action plan, so what we're gonna do, but then to realize it, action plan, put a more realistic perspective, arguing that actually, we have major challenges to meet. Those, crises we described, let me, put on a, diagram here. It shows the complexity of the situation. So this is a complex situation, but let me give an example to make it more simple. For instance, we have an earthquake question in Turkey. It's a very serious problem. So we try to solve it with different means, but then there are obstacles. For instance, the area, prone to earthquake, is on the, rather seaside resorts. Then, some experts and central government argues that we should move to north. But if you move to north, then about to create an environmental disaster in a way, because it is the forest and water basins there. On top of it, while we need almost at least 90,000 buildings, not units, should be rebuilt through urban transformation projects. In the very same period, the housing price costs rise 4 times. So you try to solve a crisis, but there are other crises really prevents the solution in a way. Sometimes it's a political situation, central government creates obstacles, sometimes financial issues, sometimes environmental issues, but then we have a complexity here and also some form of, let's say, multi-crisis situation. So you solve one problem, but create another problem for another sectors of the city and the society. So therefore, this complexity requires a different way of thinking. So we can't really act in the way we acted in the past. Because in the past, crisis was something like that. It was a situation, it's a state of emergency, state of exception, then you were taking certain steps, and then normality was again, restored, then we come back to the normal conditions. It's not like that anymore. State of emergency or exception is the rule now. So we are continuously living in such a situation. Therefore, we have to think about really all those policies once again, how to, really create a situation sustainable for the future, not just for the moment as well. So therefore, we have to rethink not just the services, not the infrastructure, not the housing or other things. Also, such situations like state of emergency or exception creates a political situation. Now, for the mega cities, it's a huge problem. National governments steps in because they say that this is the emergency. Okay, that creates a situation. Then democratic processes cancelled or just left aside. We don't know for how long because the emergency is permanent almost. Then either market or the central government decides by sidestepping the local authorities. So perhaps now one of the issues mega cities should think about is about that democratization of state of exception situations. because we easily accept that. State of emergency requires quick action. Taking the democracy, in a suspended situation, leaving aside, etc. Maybe we should now rethink about the, that process. How can we really democratize such situations? How can we really bring the other social forces, other local government, really units into it, to make it that, really, even in state of emergency, there could be some form of democracy. Because we know that there are two types of reaction. One type of reaction is the type of reaction national governments say, state of emergency, democracy is now off, so we decide. But think about an earthquake or any other disaster. Societies, communities show some form of reaction, coming together, solidarity, some form of so-called communitas dominates the situation. People create networks, solidarity networks, etc. So we should perhaps think more of such practices as megacities. How can we really not give up to democracy under such extraordinary circumstances? So that requires some form of cooperation, among the different segments of the society. So we worked, 20 such action areas. Here, is the number 4 with the global economy and global city networks here with 3, for instance. It points to exactly the thing we are doing here. How can we really bring our own municipality with global city networks? Here, let me give an example here, for instance. If you look at the period after 2021, that's the existing administration here. The number of supranational city-based networks and associations, membership to them increased tremendously. Because we believe that number 3, these global networks, city networks are quite important. Because not simply for finance, not simply for developing projects, but to raise a new, understanding. Our friends from Buenos Aires, really made that point, actually, continuous failures. So, one of the issues is that some sort of new imaginary, new ways of doing things as, global cities or mega cities, how to, really create new way of, really managing the cities democratically. So that requires some sort of cooperation, because Istanbul could raise the issue like that. But then, it's a local thing. But if it comes from all over the world, some form of, let's say, democratization of state of exception situations, if we start talking all over the world that, kind of language and imaginary, perhaps that could make a change. So, but at the same time, let me, of course we rely on these kind of things, but at the same time, we try to create such, solidaristic networks. So our friend said, the Istanbul municipality applies some sort of solidaristic municipality model. It's a solidarity-based municipality model because we want to go to people. So earthquake is an, test case for us. Along other things, this minute, for instance, preparedness for the earthquake is a neighborhood-based organizational model. So we are now working on that. We have around 1,000 neighborhoods in Istanbul. So we create sub-districts out of them, and in each of them we create, solidarity networks to come together, discuss the issues. This case, earthquake-based preparedness, education, training, other kind of health issues, etc. But that provides some sort of, base for a more participatory, local government model. So, let me finish by saying this. On the one hand, there is this global scale. I showed their global networks, but it goes down from national, regional, metropolitan, district, and sub-district level. You know, especially that, you know, sub-district level is one of the target for Istanbul Planning Agency to, you know, not create, but just give a strength to already existing, you know, models in the local communities to come together and, you know, create local informal administrative models, self-governing models along with the municipality so that they can really face the serious crisis, you know, like the one earthquake, but not necessarily only earthquake, just, you know, really think about the, you know, food crisis or other financial crisis, unemployment, etc. So this is a time, really, state of emergency or extraordinary situations. But at the same time, it is time for getting organized for the local communities, close-knitted communities, because this is the only way to survive in such adverse situations. So then, you know, the model we're working on is a kind of multi-level model, you know, with some form of cooperation from global to the neighborhood level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been already mentioned that there is a process called U20, which is parallel to the G20. It was mentioned in the context of the city of Sao Paulo possibly hosting it next year. But this year, it's been hosted by an Indian city in the framework of the Indian presidency of U20. So we have the pleasure to have the the Honorable Ambassador of India to Ankara. So maybe if you could share some short remarks about what happened in Ahmedabad and what were some of the conclusions of the U20. Thank you.
Thank you. As Indian Ambassador to Turkey, I bring you all greetings. And I would like to thank Honorable Mayor of Istanbul, Mr. Imamoglu, for inviting me and also asking me to speak. I'm not representing a particular city in India, but, you know, informally I can say that I'm representing all Indian cities. I'm representing a country of 1.4 billion people, which is also the fastest growing developing economy. I'm representing a country that currently holds the G20 process. And as you mentioned, you know, the U20 process in the framework of the larger G20 mechanism, you know, I would like to share the essence of what transpired at the Ahmedabad U20 meeting, which I'm very happy to share with you, was attended by the city of Istanbul. The mayor of Istanbul was represented by my friend Ambassador Mustafa Turan. And besides Istanbul, out of 32 countries, Izmir was another Turkish city that was there. You know, I'm delighted to be here in the city of Istanbul. Now, Istanbul, I'm based in Ankara, but it's always a pleasure to be in Istanbul because the way it is described, you know, Istanbul as the queen of cities or greatest city on earth, or a city that has nourished several civilizations. But today I would like to say that the best description of Istanbul in terms of contemporary understanding and also in the context of this summit is what the mayor of Bogota said when she said that Istanbul has always been a megacity. It has been a megacity anytime in history. Now coming to the cities, as more and more people are living in cities, you know, the number of cities are increasing, small cities becoming big cities becoming mega cities. So it goes without saying that the voice of the cities need to be amplified. The voice has to be made louder and clearer so that the voice of the cities is heard. in any major international discourse, where the issues that we discuss today are deliberated in more and more detail, where Mr. Imamoglu mentioned in his morning remarks that today's summit is a dialogue of mega summits, and it's particularly important because this dialogue is a dialogue between the centers, the real centers of the global economy today. Whether it's the mega city summit in Istanbul, whether it is U20 process in Ahmedabad, or similar such international meetings, we find that the agenda and the objectives are more or less the same, or if not the same, they are similar. And there are many recurring themes that we keep discussing, whether it's about the growing population, global warming, climate change, carbon emissions, water and sanitation challenges, waste management, sustainable housing, sustainable tourism, sustainable transportation, so on and so forth. So it's a very cross-cutting subject, and different issues are intersecting with a variety of other issues. So I think when we talk about megacities, the problems and the challenges and the threats to the future cities, it's not just about cities. There are so many other things that either converge or intersect with what we are talking about. And this is precisely what happened in Ahmedabad. The communique of the U20 process that was issued after the meeting, I think it's self-explanatory. I would like to encourage one and all to take a look because the time is limited here. I won't be able to go into much detail, but I would like to touch upon some very briefly, some key messages. Now, one thing I would like to highlight is that when we assumed the G20 presidency, we assumed this responsibility at a time when the world is getting more and more difficult and complex. We are still emerging from the COVID pandemic. We are not fully recovered. We are on the road to recovery, and I think it's proving to be a long road. We are also passing through, a time when there are multiple geopolitical conflicts and spots of tension with their resultant impact. We also have already existing challenges of terrorism, climate change, sustainable development, and issues relating to global governance. Now, coming to the U20 process per se, the Ahmedabad was the city chair. The meeting was held in July. A large number of events were spread over months, and I would like to highlight that the U20 communique was endorsed by a record number of cities, 32 U20 cities, and a large number of observer cities. Something which is striking, may not be very surprising, is the convergence of the outcomes of the processes that we have been discussing relating to the issues of urbanization or urban issues in general, whether it is G20, U20, megacities, Istanbul summit, even COP27, the last COP27 on climate change, and COP15 on biodiversity. These two events also highlighted the urgent need to enhance urban resilience so that cities are equipped to deal with the new and old global stresses and shocks. So this was the background, when 20 countries, G20 countries, a number of invited countries, major international institutions, multilateral organizations, and particularly the role of the Global South, the way it was highlighted. So it was a voice of 125 odd countries, what they are experiencing and what they are expecting from the larger global discourse on issues such as not only cities or urban development or urbanization, but issues that concern them directly, which intersect with urbanization. Now, one message that came out loud and clear at the U20 process, that no informed discourse on urban issues and urbanization can be complete without a good discussion on sustainability and resilience. And the converse of it is also true, that no conversation on sustainability and resilience can be complete without discussing in good detail the urban issues and the process of urbanization. And, in that background, it was an opportunity for India to also bring in the experience of India's own urban story. Now, we are in the process of undertaking initiatives such as smart cities. A large number of smart cities are envisaged to be built. Some old cities are supposed to be made smarter. We have projects of large-scale development of infrastructure and industrial corridors. So that also is intersecting with what we are discussing today. And at the meeting, we also found, like similar meetings, are increasingly realizing and appreciating that the old dictum of local solutions having local problems having local solutions with the use of local knowledge and expertise and locally available resources. Now that dictum may not be valid all the time today. In fact, most often it's not valid because times have changed. The challenges, the nature and scale of challenges are such that we need more and more international collaboration, and the whole subject of availability, accessibility, and affordability of technologies and financing for these processes. This subject is getting more and more salience. The report of the G20 and the U20 is available online. I have some points, but I'll skip for the paucity of time. I would encourage you to see that online. One more point I would like to add, like the mayor of Bogota mentioned, and it was mentioned in very good detail this morning, the role of women. The gender mainstreaming, the importance of gender mainstreaming, women-led development also was mentioned and discussed in Ahmedabad in good detail. Likewise, what the mayor of Florence mentioned today, that the process of inclusiveness or the concept of inclusiveness has to be stressed more and more. It was also mentioned that digital transformation can lead to good solutions, long-term reliable solutions. And another thing that was highlighted in Ahmedabad was the importance of circular economy, circularity in economies at all levels, and the circularity as a practical concept to be used more and more in the supply chain discussions. Now, before I conclude, there was something very striking in this cycle of U20, which was the sixth cycle, in a row. This was the importance attached to community participation, community involvement. It was discussed and agreed that there are occasions when you have good policies, you have good advocacy, you have good resources, you have very strong political will, but sometimes the projects or the objectives, they fall by the wayside for the lack of community involvement and community participation. So keeping that in mind, the Indian presidency and the city chair, Ahmedabad, over several months, they organized outreach to community through organizations. And the figure that I have is that 500,000 individuals were contacted, they were reached out, 250 relevant organizations were reached out, knowledge products were created through research, and the whole idea was that the people at large in cities, they need to be aware and they need to be very mindful of what we all collectively seek to achieve. With these words, I thank you, Mr. Mayor, once again for asking me to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Ambassador. And one thing we will do as organizers is share the link so that everyone has the opportunity to read in detail the conclusions. So we've come to the end of the interventions today. And before having the closing words from our two co-chairs, I did want to bring a little bit things together in two ways. First of all, Craig Cohon was warning us against summitry, this kind of repetition of the summit's formats. And one thing we discussed with Istanbul as co-organizers is it's not going to make sense to start trying to agree on a text and discussing the commas and fighting over whether to call something one word or another. Instead, what we propose is that our two co-chairs, in their own name, explain a little bit what has happened, and that's the text you have in front. This is not engaging you, unless someone sees something there that really you think contradicts the spirit of what you saw here. And you have time to just have a look, but the idea is we did not want the first mega summit to end and no one knows what happened here other than those in the room. So we believe this statement by the co-chairs will be a good way to spread the word that this has happened and maybe perhaps create this most millennial emotion known under the acronym FOMO, the fear of missing out, so that other megacities will want to join the conversation. We've heard it today, around 40 cities now that would hit the magical 10 million mark. But we know that Chicago and Ahmedabad and Baghdad and Dar es Salaam and many other cities are going to, or are projected to hit this mark. And I think we have been hearing very clearly that no one here is naive about this. That those are very large concentrations of people and with very severe impacts, not only on the environment, but on the welfare of people. That it's not, yay, megacities are fantastic, let's have more. We've heard very sobering examples of how it's very challenging to manage this scale. And yet, megacities are here, they're going nowhere. And the 13 million people who sleep every night in Lahore, or 17 million who spend their day in Lahore every day, they're going to be there tomorrow. We're going to need to work on the SDGs agenda with them so that their lives is better. And the same is true for every mega city, here or not. We also heard a warning about the diversity of these megacities, of their needs, of their climate realities, of their competence, of their politics. And that's again, not to be naive about what can be achieved. Now, having said that, I believe, or I go out of this meeting certainly with a sense that there is a particular role for megacities to play, and probably it's best played together, or at least in connection, right? We one thing we did not mention too much, and I think I can do this because I am not in it, is the political side of things. We mentioned this in relation to multilateralism. Although the vast majority, or the majority almost, of UN member states are smaller than this mythical 10 million line, the state power, any state, is much more important in the global system. But that's not the only political issue. We know that the success of states nowadays depends on the success of their metropolises, and in particular of their megacities. However, jealousy, political infight, fears of losing power, losing influence have been a common instance in many megacities. And it has resulted in international funding not being available, in public transport systems not being built, in people spending hours in traffic or breathing dirty air because of it. It has real consequence in the life of millions, but it's political infighting. So it is important that we say that there's, in megacities, technical issues and political issues that deserve to be discussed together. And one other observation is how important it is to look at megacities also, and we just heard about Istanbul 2050, as some of the most future-oriented players in the whole international system. The project we saw this morning about building the very fast train line across all of Istanbul is not a project that is for the next election. It's not a project that's even for the next generation. It's a project that you have to see into the future in ways that very few political actors are looking so far, right? So if that's what megacities are, probably cooperation between megacities has to do a lot with this, with how do we look together at the future, how do we understand and how do we share this. So what's next in this space? You can see some of these ideas in the statement of the co-chairs. There certainly is a need to understand better megacities, to share data and to compare data and to connect foresight and to connect the use of artificial intelligence and other tools for a better understanding of this unprecedented phenomenon. So that could be an area where megacities can do a lot more. Certainly, Metropolis is ready to host and support this cooperation as an organization. There's a second issue which is, I believe, very clear, which is that megacities can be trailblazers, the ones breaking the molds that are making international finance inaccessible, not only for their own profit, but for the profit of all local authorities. But it is very difficult, and we heard it from Istanbul, it is very difficult for one city, even for one megacity, it's very difficult to do it alone. But there is a critical mass of megacities that, under the leadership of United Cities and local governments and the existing global task forces, but also with the weight of their own ability to prepare, present projects and show the world that they can do it, as in the way that the mayor of Bogota was saying, we're ready to do this, right? This can perhaps break some of these barriers. Third, future perspective is obviously, we had Emilia who had to leave from United States and local government, but the voice of local authorities has to be very diverse. Megacities need to invest themselves also in this voice, right? If we want that scale to be taken into account, it's important for megacities to be in the forefront of this new global task force and all these others. And finally, and I'm reverting back to Craig Cahoon's presentation. We, for example, Metropolis exists since 1985. And it doesn't make sense that megacities start a cooperation in the same formats that existed 40 years ago. A summit every year, and then we have committees on different topics, and then we exchange papers, and then that cannot be. So any cooperation between megacities has to be the most innovative anywhere in the local authority space. So we did not only have here megacity representatives, we also had thought leaders, and we ask you to keep close to this group because any cooperation that follows has to be as creative, as innovative, as diverse as all these cities, all these things that megacities are. Also their cooperation needs to be. So help us keep thinking about the best ways of doing it differently, of doing it better and doing it usefully for the megacities and for all the rest of the cities. So there is one opportunity already, and I call on all megacities present here to let us know if and how they're going to be present at COP28. Maybe there we can start joining forces. Maybe there we can start showing, you know, the potential of going 2 or 3 or 4 megacities together and joining their voices. And from then onwards, please count on Metropolis as let's say, the home for this scale, and we can support as much as the megacities want to go. I'm going to finish here the summary, but I do need to say what an immense pleasure it has been to work with the Metropolitan Municipality of Istanbul, from conceptualizing these, talking to megacities from all over the world to refine the idea, all the way to being here together. Istanbul has been a member of Metropolis for very long, but we are reinforcing our perception that it's really a thought leader in the field, and this would not certainly have happened without your amazing leadership and hospitality. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Ambassador Turan. And now, yes, to finalize the whole event, I leave the floor to our 2 co-presidents for final words.
Thank you. First me, then you're finishing, okay. My dear colleagues and fellow mayors, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, as Mayor of Istanbul, it's an honor to conclude and close this remarkable megacity summit. Today has been a day of meaningful dialogues, insightful discussions, and fruitful collaborations among leaders and visionaries from around the world. Throughout the day, we have discussed topics of innovative financing, more inclusive and accessible social policies of our megacity services. It is heartening to witness the dedication and commitment of all participants towards building cities that are not just larger, but smarter, greener, and more compassionate. As we close this summit, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and unity that has defined our discussions. The challenges we face are formidable, but so too is our collective strength when we work together. Istanbul, like many megacities, stands at the crossroads of tradition and modernity. And it is our responsibility to steer the course towards a future that preserves our heritage while embracing progress. Istanbul, with its unique blend of East and West, has always been a bridge between cultures, and today it becomes a bridge to a shared commitment for the betterment of all megacities. Let us take the knowledge and inspiration gained from this summit and channel it into actionable strategies that will enhance the quality of life for our citizens and contribute to the global movement for sustainable urban development. I extend my deepest gratitude to each participant for their valuable contributions, insights, and dedication to the cause. May the connections made during this summit continue to flourish, and may the ideas exchanged here today blossom into tangible initiatives that shape the future of megacities worldwide. Thank you, and let us march forward together towards a brighter, more sustainable urban future. Thank you, Jordi. Thank you very much for your partnership with Metropolis. And of course, my friend Claudia, thank you very much for your partnership with me. I hope to be with other megacities summit together all around the world. Thank you very much.
I think there is not that much to add, just to thank you everybody for the time, for the sharing, for the generosity, and for the continuing working together beyond this summit. Probably it's always hard to innovate, and we have to do it. And in the following part of this encounter, we should innovate in concreting some of the ideas and proposals that we have here. But for sure, at the same time, we need to prosper and probably to be able not to create that many megacities in this century will be the trademark of achievement of the purposes and goals that we have in this conversation. So thank you so much to Jordi and to Ekran's team and to everybody, to the thinkers that help us here, thinking out of the box, bringing new ideas from your perspective in the academia, in the NGOs, in other grounds of sharing. And it has been such a great opportunity to be in this wonderful city of Istanbul that we hope to come together at some point. Thank you so much.
Thanks to our co-chairs. We're very, very close to the end, but I would like to open, just to say for a second, the floor to maybe some reactions to what we've said. I see Sao Paulo would like to take the floor, please.
Okay. Thank you for this incredible day in this incredible city. And considering that we have expected to welcome to Urban 20 Summit in the Metropolis Board of Directors in July 2024 in São Paulo, we would like to propose that next Megacity Summit take place simultaneously in our city during São Paulo International Summit 2024. Since many, we hope all of you might already be there with us. I hope you agree with the proposal, and thank you and Vice for the consideration. Thank you for all.
So I think next is, Mustafa is going to tell you what is next. A cruise.
Next is to go to Sao Paulo.
Maybe cruise, huh?
Yes, now thank you very much for everything, all the contributions and your valuable thoughts. We now will proceed to a Bosphorus cruise. We will take a bus first, drive just a little bit, not too much, to go to the pier where we will take the